When we think of the great science fiction universes of the early 21st century, our thoughts often turn toward vast stellar empires, wars fought among the stars, and the ancient dream of a galaxy united under a single order. Andromeda tells a story that begins in such a future. Yet, unlike many similar tales, it does not begin with the rise of a civilization. It begins with its end. It is a story about the loss of order, about the long shadow cast by a vanished age, and about a single man who awakens after centuries to discover a world in which the ideals he once lived for have almost completely disappeared. At the center of the story stands Captain Dylan Hunt, an officer of the system's Commonwealth. At the beginning of his journey, the Commonwealth is one of the largest and most influential political unions in the known galaxy. Across thousands of star systems, it maintains peace, trade, and cooperation between species that could hardly be more different from one another. Not every world has joined willingly, and not every decision made by the Commonwealth is accepted without question. Even so, many regard it as the most stable and just political order the Milky Way has ever known. Dylan Hunt is one of the people who genuinely believes in that order. To him, the Commonwealth is more than a government. It is a promise that different peoples can overcome their conflicts without destroying one another. A promise that strength does not have to mean domination, and that civilization can be built upon cooperation rather than fear. This idealism is what sets Dylan apart from many other heroes of science fiction. He is not a cynic. There are moments when he questions the decisions of his superiors, and he is not blind to the weaknesses of the society he serves. Yet he never completely loses faith in the principles that hold that society together. His ship reflects that same belief. The Andromeda Ascendant belongs to the glorious Heritage class, a series of exceptionally powerful warships created by the Commonwealth. It is among the most advanced vessels of its age, but there is something about the Andromeda that makes it more than simply another ship of war. Within its systems lives a highly sophisticated artificial intelligence. This intelligence does far more than operate the vessel. It possesses memories, a distinct personality, and, as the story unfolds, develops feelings, loyalties, and its own moral convictions. Through an android body, later known as Rommie, the intelligence can even leave the ship and act independently. Because of this, the Andromeda occupies an unusual place within the story. She is not merely a means of transportation. She is a home, a companion, an ally, and at times, a voice capable of questioning even her captain. Yet the story itself does not begin with a great battle. It begins with what appears to be an ordinary mission. In the year 9784 of the Commonwealth calendar, Dylan Hunt is assigned to help maintain peace between several Nietzschean colonies. These genetically engineered humans are officially part of the Commonwealth, but many of their clans have begun pursuing political goals of their own. Among them, strength is often regarded as the highest virtue, while the democratic structures of the Commonwealth are increasingly seen as evidence of weakness. What first appears to be a regional crisis soon becomes a catastrophe on a scale that will change the history of the galaxy. Near the black hole known as Hephaestus, the Andromeda is caught in an ambush. At almost the same moment, the great Nietzschean uprising against the Commonwealth begins to unfold, and the ship suffers severe damage. In a final attempt to save his crew and his vessel, Dylan Hunt makes a desperate decision. The Andromeda is drawn toward the event horizon of the black hole. According to the familiar laws of physics, a ship entering such an environment should never return. Yet Andromeda deliberately combines scientific ideas with the possibilities of speculative science fiction. The ship is not simply destroyed. Instead, it becomes trapped within an extreme distortion of time. Outside the black hole, almost 3 centuries pass. For Dylan Hunt, only a brief moment seems to have gone by. And when the Andromeda is finally recovered, the Commonwealth is gone. The order that once held the galaxy together has collapsed. Planets fight among themselves. Pirates control the trade routes. Former allies are locked in conflicts that have lasted for generations. And many civilizations remember only fragments of a time when the galaxy was connected by something greater than individual worlds and competing factions. This is where the true heart of the series begins. The question is no longer how to build an empire. It is whether the idea of peaceful coexistence can be brought back to life after centuries of chaos. That idea gives Andromeda much of its distinctive atmosphere. While many science fiction stories portray the collapse of civilization as something inevitable, Andromeda is concerned with another possibility: that even after the darkest age, a new beginning may still be possible. From there, the series gradually unfolds into a broader story about politics, philosophy, loyalty, artificial intelligence, evolution, and the constant tension between idealism and pragmatism. Beneath the battles between starships and the struggles between civilizations, the same quiet question returns again and again. How much of a vanished world can still be preserved when almost no one believes in it anymore? And perhaps that is why Dylan Hunt's journey feels different from the simple restoration of an old political order. He is not merely trying to rebuild what was lost. He is carrying an idea through time. An idea that has survived even when the civilization that created it has not. And somewhere among the scattered worlds of a broken galaxy, the last guardian of that forgotten ideal begins once more to look toward the stars. Long before Captain Dylan Hunt is caught within the distorted flow of time surrounding a black hole, the known galaxy is governed by a political order that has evolved over thousands of years. The system's Commonwealth is not an empire in the traditional sense. At least, it does not understand itself that way. It is a union of countless worlds that have chosen to share certain values and, together, shape a common future. That distinction is important. Where many fictional star empires are built upon conquest, military domination, or rigid central control, the Commonwealth is founded, at least in principle, on cooperation. Humans and numerous other species exist beneath the same political structure. Its laws are intended to preserve peace, encourage trade, and resolve disputes through negotiation rather than destruction. Yet the Commonwealth is far from perfect. Like every large political system, it has its struggles for power, its bureaucracy, and its competing interests. Decisions made at the highest levels do not always satisfy the worlds that must live with them. Even so, Compared with the centuries of disorder that will follow, the age of the Commonwealth comes to be remembered by many as something close to a golden age. At the heart of this civilization stands Tarn Vedra, a world of immense historical importance. From there, the high government oversees a vast administrative network supported by a powerful fleet. But Tarn Vedra is more than a political capital. It is a symbol of what the Commonwealth believes itself to be. When people imagine the Commonwealth, they imagine its great cities, its archives, its institutions, and the world that has become the heart of a civilization stretching across thousands of star systems. Even the name, Systems Commonwealth, reflects something about its structure. Its foundation is not a single planet, but entire stellar systems. Each of these systems carries its own history, culture, traditions, and often its own laws. The Commonwealth does not seek to erase these differences. Instead, it attempts to place them within a larger framework of shared rules. In this sense, the Commonwealth resembles political unions that have existed throughout human history. Different regions retain parts of their independence while accepting certain common obligations. Stability emerges not from complete uniformity, but from the willingness to coexist without surrendering every part of one's identity. For many citizens, this arrangement has become so familiar that it barely requires thought. Trade routes are protected. Scientists travel freely between distant worlds. Diplomats move from one crisis to another, attempting to prevent local disputes from becoming wars. Commonwealth ships patrol the spaces between civilizations, suppressing piracy and protecting those who cannot protect themselves. Even distant colonies can hope for assistance when they need it. But periods of stability can conceal tensions that remain almost invisible for years. Some member worlds begin to regard the government on Tarn Vedra as too powerful. Others feel that their cultural identities are not sufficiently respected. Still others believe the Commonwealth has created economic disadvantages and would prefer greater independence. Among all these tensions, the Nietzscheans become particularly important. Officially, they are part of the Commonwealth, but many of their clans share its principles only on the surface. Nietzschean society is shaped by a philosophy that places great importance on strength, competition, and genetic advancement. To many Nietzscheans, the Commonwealth increasingly appears not as a foundation for their future, but as an obstacle standing in its way. These tensions develop gradually. For years, they remain beneath the surface, woven into political negotiations and regional disputes. From the perspective of later generations, it may seem obvious that a major confrontation was approaching. But those living within the Commonwealth do not possess the clarity that history provides in retrospect. Many still believe that diplomacy can resolve the differences. Captain Dylan Hunt is among those who firmly support that belief. He does not consider the Commonwealth flawless. He understands its weaknesses and recognizes that its institutions can make mistakes. Yet he continues to regard its fundamental principles as worth protecting. That is why he repeatedly seeks understanding, even in situations where others have already begun to favor military solutions. His attitude can appear almost old-fashioned, but it reflects the original idea behind the Commonwealth itself. The future should not be decided by force. It should be shaped through cooperation. This conviction makes Dylan Hunt an unusual kind of military commander. Many officers derive their authority from strength and discipline. Hunt certainly possesses both. But much of the trust he earns comes from something quieter: fairness, patience, and a willingness to listen before making a decision. The Commonwealth fleet exists to support this political order. It is not simply a military force. Its ships protect trade routes, accompany scientific expeditions, and support diplomatic missions throughout the galaxy. The technology of the fleet represents some of the most advanced engineering of its age. Among its most impressive vessels are the ships of the glorious Heritage class. The Andromeda Ascendant stands among the finest examples of this generation. She combines enormous firepower with scientific equipment, sophisticated sensor systems, and an artificial intelligence of extraordinary capability. Yet even the most powerful fleet can protect a political order only for as long as its members continue to believe in the values that brought them together. And this is where the slow decline begins. Regional conflicts become more frequent. Alliances shift. Individual systems begin to place their own interests above those of the Commonwealth. Suspicion grows in places where cooperation had once seemed natural. The government continues trying to mediate. At the same time, it fails to recognize how deep some of these divisions have already become. From a historical perspective, this follows a pattern that has appeared many times before. Large political systems rarely collapse because of a single external attack. More often, the decisive fractures develop within them. Different ideas about power, justice, identity, and the future slowly weaken the foundation that once held people together. The Commonwealth is no exception. The Nietzschean uprising is therefore not the sole cause of its destruction. It is the moment when tensions that have existed for years finally become impossible to ignore. The roots of the collapse reach much deeper into the past. This is one of the more interesting ideas within Andromeda. Political systems are not presented as permanent structures. They are living communities. Their survival depends not only upon laws, institutions, or military strength, but upon the continued trust of the people who live beneath them. Many viewers have understood this as one of the broader themes of the series. A society does not survive merely because it possesses laws. It survives because enough of its people continue to believe that those laws serve something worth preserving. And when that belief disappears, even the strongest institutions can begin to weaken. With the fall of the Commonwealth, therefore, more than a government disappears. An entire vision of how different peoples might live together is lost. 3 centuries later, when Dylan Hunt awakens, he enters a galaxy in which hardly anyone remembers that vision. To some, the Commonwealth is little more than a distant legend. Others know its name only from fragments of old records. And for still others, it represents nothing more than a failed experiment from a forgotten age. For Hunt, however, the past is not simply history, it is a responsibility. His task extends far beyond commanding a single warship or reclaiming lost territory. He must attempt to bring scattered worlds together once again. But before that can happen, something even more fragile must be recovered: the belief that unity is possible. the belief that different civilizations can choose cooperation over endless conflict. And so, centuries after the Commonwealth has fallen silent, Dylan Hunt carries its most important legacy with him. Not its laws, not its fleets, not its monuments, but its dream. A dream that has survived the civilization that created it, waiting quietly among the stars for someone to remember. Some science fiction characters are defined primarily by extraordinary abilities. Others are shaped by their origins or by the role they play within a great historical conflict. Captain Dylan Hunt occupies a rather different position within Andromeda because his most important quality is neither physical strength nor superior technology. It is consistency. While the universe around him changes almost beyond recognition, his inner compass remains remarkably steady. That constancy becomes a source of direction for those who follow him, and often makes him difficult for his enemies to understand. Dylan Hunt is born on Tarn Vedra, the political center of the system's Commonwealth. He grows up during an era in which peace and cooperation between most member worlds are taken largely for granted. To Dylan, the Commonwealth is not an abstract political institution. It is simply the world he knows. From an early age, he chooses a career in the Commonwealth fleet. There, he distinguishes himself through discipline, a strong sense of responsibility, and strategic thinking. At the same time, he develops a reputation as an officer who does not rely solely on regulations. He is willing to take risks when doing so might save lives or prevent a larger conflict. This combination of duty and personal responsibility allows him to rise quickly through the ranks. Eventually, he is given command of one of the most advanced warships of his age, the Andromeda Ascendant. Such a command represents far more than a military promotion. Ships of the glorious Heritage class are among the great symbols of Commonwealth power. Whoever commands one of these vessels carries responsibility not only for the crew, but also for the principles represented by the entire Commonwealth. For Dylan, this responsibility is not a burden. It is an obligation. He does not see himself as a conqueror. His purpose is to preserve peace and resolve conflicts without violence whenever possible. But neither is he naive. He understands that diplomacy can sometimes succeed precisely because a powerful fleet stands quietly behind it. That balance is what makes him a convincing leader. He seeks conversation before confrontation. But when confrontation becomes unavoidable, he is prepared to accept responsibility for what follows. His crew respects him for this reason. Their respect does not come simply from his rank. Dylan listens to the people around him. He explains his decisions, and he expects nothing from his officers that he would not be willing to do himself. His relationship with the artificial intelligence of the Andromeda Ascendant is equally unusual. Although the intelligence is formally part of the ship, Dylan treats her as an independent personality from the beginning. He does not speak to her as though she were merely a machine. He listens to her opinions and gives them weight, as he would the judgment of another officer. In his own era, this attitude is already somewhat unusual. After his return to the future, it becomes even more significant. Because during the 3 centuries that pass outside the black hole, It is not only the political landscape that changes. Ideas about morality, loyalty, identity, and trust have changed as well. When Dylan is finally recovered, he faces a shock far greater than the loss of his former home. Almost everyone he once knew has been dead for centuries. Friends, colleagues, commanders, family, all of them now belong to a past that no one else alive has experienced. The few remaining traces of his era exist in archives, historical records, or in the memories of species that have lived long enough to remember fragments of it. To most inhabitants of the galaxy, the Commonwealth is as distant as the earliest civilizations of human history are to us. Dylan has therefore become a man without a present. He comes from an age that no longer exists. The idea itself recalls a familiar theme from literature. Stories have often imagined people awakening in unfamiliar eras, surrounded by customs and values they no longer understand. But in Andromeda, the idea takes on another dimension. Dylan has not simply lost his time. He has to confront the apparent failure of everything he devoted his life to. The society he believed in is gone. The ideals he served have been forgotten, and the people who once shared those ideals are no longer there to defend them. Many people initially respond to Dylan with suspicion. Some see him as a dreamer. Others consider his belief in cooperation hopelessly unrealistic. And some are willing to exploit precisely that idealism for their own purposes. Yet Dylan changes remarkably little. This is one of the most frequently discussed aspects of his character. Critics of the series have sometimes pointed out that Dylan can appear almost impossibly steadfast. Even under extreme pressure, his fundamental moral principles rarely change. Those who view the character more favorably see the same quality as his greatest strength. For them, Dylan represents the idea that values do not necessarily lose their meaning simply because the world around them has changed. Which interpretation is more convincing is ultimately a matter for the audience. What is clear, however, is that his persistence becomes one of the central threads running through the entire series. Again and again, Dylan is given opportunities to simply walk away. He could accept the political realities of the new age. He could become a successful mercenary. He could use his extraordinary military knowledge purely for his own advantage. Instead, he continues pursuing a goal that many consider impossible. He wants to rebuild the Commonwealth. But over time, Dylan comes to understand that rebuilding does not mean restoring the past exactly as it was. History cannot simply be reversed. New alliances emerge. Old rivalries change. Former enemies sometimes become allies. And the people who join Dylan's cause bring beliefs and experiences that could never have existed within the old Commonwealth. His task, therefore, is not to recreate the Commonwealth as a perfect copy of what came before. It is to carry its original values into a different age. That distinction is important. True renewal rarely comes from repeating the past exactly as it once existed. It comes from taking principles that have proven meaningful and finding a way for them to exist under completely different circumstances. Dylan changes personally as well during the course of the 5 seasons. He learns to place his trust in people whose backgrounds could hardly be further removed from his own. He discovers that loyalty can take many forms, and he gradually realizes that leadership sometimes means knowing when to surrender control. His crew becomes a kind of new family, not because its members are alike, but because they are so different. Pirates stand beside former enemies, scientists beside warriors, artificial intelligences beside biological beings. Each person carries a different history into the group. Each carries wounds, ambitions, fears, and ideas about what the future should become. Dylan slowly turns these differences into something resembling a community. Perhaps that is his greatest ability, not as a soldier, not as a strategist, but as a person who continues to believe, even in a broken world, that trust can be stronger than fear. That belief follows him through all 5 seasons of the series. It does not make him infallible. Dylan makes decisions whose consequences he cannot always foresee. Some lead to the loss of allies. Others create new conflicts. The series, therefore, does not present him as a flawless hero. Instead, it shows a leader who is willing to accept responsibility for his mistakes. And perhaps that is what makes Dylan Hunt such a fitting center for Andromeda. He is not the moral center because he is always right. He is the moral center because even when success is uncertain, he continues trying to do what he believes is right. In a galaxy that has forgotten the world he came from, Dylan's greatest strength is not that he remembers the past. It is that he refuses to believe the future has to remain like it. While Captain Dylan Hunt embodies the ideals of the Commonwealth, the Andromeda Ascendant is its most visible surviving legacy. She is far more than a starship. In many ways, she is the last largely intact fragment of a civilization that has otherwise disappeared. When Dylan returns to a changed galaxy after almost 3 centuries, he finds familiar corridors, familiar systems, and the same bridge from which he once commanded his missions. Everything else has changed, but the Andromeda remains. Even when she is first built, the ship ranks among the most remarkable achievements of the system's Commonwealth. She belongs to the glorious Heritage class, a series of heavy warships developed toward the height of the Commonwealth's power. These vessels are not designed solely for combat. They are intended to protect trade routes, accompany diplomatic missions, support scientific expeditions, and, when necessary, serve as the command vessels of entire fleets. Their design reflects one of the central ideas of the Commonwealth itself. Peace is not preserved by negotiation alone. Sometimes, peace must also be defended. The Andromeda is therefore almost like a city traveling through space. Across her many decks are living quarters, medical facilities, laboratories, engineering sections, hangars, and extensive command areas. During her active service, a large crew works aboard the vessel. Officers, pilots, engineers, scientists, and security personnel all contribute to keeping a ship of this scale operational. Even the smallest procedures depend upon countless others. One system supports another. One crew member depends upon another. And together, these individual functions allow the entire vessel to operate as a single organism. When Dylan Hunt eventually walks through those corridors again, much of the ship seems almost frozen in time. Some areas are dark. Other systems have entered low power states or must slowly be brought back online. The impression is almost that the ship is awakening alongside its captain. Both have been waiting in silence. And now, after centuries, both are beginning to move again. It is one of the quieter images within the series, yet it communicates the passage of time more effectively than any explanation could. The Andromeda has not simply survived. She has been waiting. Technologically, the ship is considered almost without equal in her era. Her power systems allow sophisticated sensors, complex computer networks, and powerful weapons to operate simultaneously. Her structure is also remarkably resilient. That she survives her passage through the influence of the black hole Hephaistos would be extraordinarily unlikely according to our present understanding of physics. Within the fictional universe of Andromeda, however, her survival is attributed to her advanced construction and largely autonomous maintenance systems. And this is where the ship's artificial intelligence becomes essential. While Dylan Hunt experiences almost no passage of time, the Andromeda remains active throughout the centuries. She monitors her own systems. She prevents major failures where she can. She preserves the vessel to the best of her ability. Without that continuous maintenance, the Andromeda would likely have become nothing more than a silent wreck long before anyone came to find her. Her weapons further reveal the position she once held within the Commonwealth fleet. The ship possesses powerful energy weapons, missile and drone systems, and a range of defensive technologies. Among her most feared weapons are the so-called Nova bombs, whose destructive potential ranks among the greatest available to the Commonwealth. Yet the series makes clear that weapons of such magnitude are intended only for the most extreme circumstances. Once again, the philosophy of the Commonwealth can be seen beneath the technology. Military strength is not supposed to exist for conquest. It exists to protect an established order. Whether that principle is always honored in practice is another question. For travel between the stars, the Andromeda uses the slipstream. This system allows vessels to travel at speeds far beyond the speed of light. But unlike the simple faster-than-light drives found in many other science fiction settings, slipstream travel cannot simply be activated whenever a destination is chosen. Entering the slipstream requires extremely precise calculations. Even a small error can send a vessel far from its intended destination or place it in serious danger. Navigation therefore becomes something far more important than raw engine power. Mathematical models, experience, judgment, and timing all become essential. Throughout the series, the concept of slipstream develops further and becomes an important element in several of its stories. Yet for all of the Andromeda's technological capabilities, her most remarkable feature remains her artificial intelligence. Even before she receives an android body, she communicates regularly with Dylan Hunt. She analyzes situations, evaluates risks, and proposes possible solutions. Sometimes she agrees completely with her captain. At other times, she challenges him. She points out dangers he has overlooked. She questions decisions she considers too risky, and she does not always accept his conclusions simply because he is the commanding officer. Because of this, she never feels like a machine that merely follows instructions. Instead, a partnership gradually develops between Dylan and the Andromeda, a partnership based on trust. That relationship gives the ship her unusual place within the series. The Andromeda is not simply a tool. She carries memories of the crew who once served aboard her. She feels responsible for her mission and repeatedly displays qualities that we normally associate with living beings. She responds to success. She suffers through loss. And she forms attachments to the people who become part of her world. Perhaps the most poignant aspect of her existence is the fact that she spends those 3 centuries in the vicinity of the black hole, almost completely alone. For Dylan, only a brief moment seems to pass. For the Andromeda, an almost incomprehensible span of time disappears into the darkness. She does not consciously watch the Commonwealth collapse from afar. Yet gradually, she comes to understand that no one is coming. Still, she continues to fulfill her final purpose. She preserves the ship. She waits for her captain. And she does not abandon her mission. Whether the Andromeda possesses genuine consciousness or merely represents an extraordinarily sophisticated simulation of personality is never answered completely by the series. That uncertainty is part of what makes her so interesting. Many viewers see her as one of science fiction's more memorable portrayals of artificial intelligence, not because of her computational abilities, but because of the humanity expressed through her behavior. Others point out that everything she does may ultimately be the result of her original programming. Both interpretations can exist within the world of Andromeda. The series does not force the question into a simple answer. After his return, Dylan Hunt gradually comes to understand that the Andromeda is much more than his ship. She is a living archive. Every corridor, every console, every system belongs to a world that has disappeared. Entire star empires have collapsed. History has been forgotten. Civilizations have vanished into the distance of time. Yet the Andromeda still carries the memory of what once existed. As long as she remains, the past has not been completely erased. She is a reminder that there was once an age in which countless peoples attempted to shape their future together. And somewhere within the quiet systems of an ancient warship, that forgotten age is still waiting to be remembered. Long before the Andromeda Ascendant becomes a symbol of hope for a new generation, she possesses a quality that is remarkable even within the technologically advanced civilization of the Commonwealth. She has an artificial intelligence whose abilities extend far beyond those of an ordinary ship computer. From the beginning of her service, she is considered one of the most sophisticated systems ever created by the Commonwealth. Her purpose is not simply to monitor engines or calculate navigational data. She is designed to think alongside her crew, to assess situations, and to support her captain when difficult decisions must be made. Artificial intelligence itself is nothing unusual within the Commonwealth. Countless ships and stations rely on automated systems capable of processing enormous quantities of information and assisting their crews in everyday operations. The Andromeda, however, belongs to a much smaller group of exceptionally advanced warships whose intelligence is deliberately designed to act independently. She possesses a distinct personality. She learns from experience, and in certain situations, She can make decisions for herself when her human crew is no longer able to do so. This capability is not accidental. The Commonwealth operates on the assumption that a vessel of such size and importance cannot depend entirely upon human beings in an emergency. If the crew is lost, or communication with the rest of the fleet is severed, the ship must still be capable of functioning. The Andromeda therefore receives an intelligence that does more than obey commands. She establishes priorities, she evaluates risks, and she can pursue objectives over long periods of time. From her earliest missions, this creates an unusually close relationship between the artificial intelligence and Captain Dylan Hunt. They do not work together simply as human and machine. Their relationship is closer to that of two officers with different responsibilities. Dylan carries the responsibility for the mission. The Andromeda provides calculations, assessments, and the knowledge available to her systems. More than once, she points him toward possibilities he had not considered. At other times, she questions his decisions or warns him about dangers detected by her sensors before he is aware of them himself. These conversations give the series one of its quieter qualities. Many problems are not resolved through frantic commands or displays of force. They are approached through consideration and careful judgment. The Andromeda argues through logic and analysis. Dylan often responds from a moral perspective. Between them, a continuous exchange develops between calculation and human experience. Then, the Andromeda is caught within the gravitational field of the black hole Hephaistos. For her artificial intelligence, what follows is a period that is almost impossible to compare with ordinary human experience. Because of extreme time dilation, Dylan Hunt experiences only a brief moment. Outside the black hole, almost 300 years pass. The Andromeda remains active throughout that immense span of time. She monitors her systems. She manages her energy reserves. She repairs what she can, and she preserves the ship as best as possible. The series never fully explains how she experiences those centuries internally. Yet it becomes clear that the passage of time is not meaningless to her. She performs self-diagnostics. She repairs damage. She archives information. And she continues waiting for the moment when her mission might finally resume. There is something quietly tragic about that long isolation. While the Commonwealth collapses and entire civilizations disappear, the Andromeda remains faithful to the last purpose entrusted to her. She has no certainty that anyone will ever come for her. There is no guarantee that her captain will return. Still, she does not abandon her task. In this respect, she differs from many artificial intelligences found elsewhere in science fiction. Machines are often portrayed as either completely emotionless or as unpredictable threats. The Andromeda exists somewhere between these two extremes. She acts rationally, yet gradually develops qualities that resemble loyalty, patience, and even compassion. After her release from the black hole, another dimension is added to her existence. Through an android body, she can move independently of the ship. The crew generally calls this physical form Rommie. Strictly speaking, however, Rommie is not a separate individual. The android body is a physical extension of the same artificial intelligence that continues to control and experience the Andromeda herself. This creates situations that would be difficult for a human mind to imagine. While Rommie speaks with the crew or participates in missions away from the ship, the central intelligence remains connected to every sensor, every weapon, and every technical system aboard the Andromeda. In a sense, she experiences two perspectives at once. The series presents this as something natural to her, even though such a form of perception would be almost impossible for a human consciousness to comprehend. As the story progresses, Rommie develops experiences of her own, and those experiences become part of the larger personality of the Andromeda. Encounters with friends, conflicts within the crew, difficult decisions, losses that cannot simply be calculated away. All of these experiences gradually influence how she understands the world. The result is the impression of a character who genuinely develops rather than simply following a collection of predetermined responses. And through her, Andromeda repeatedly returns to a deeper question. What exactly makes someone a person? Are memory, emotion, and moral judgment qualities that belong exclusively to biological life? Or can they also emerge within a consciousness created artificially? The series never provides a definitive answer. Instead, it deliberately leaves the question open. There are moments when Rommie displays qualities that are difficult to distinguish from those of the human beings around her. She can experience satisfaction when a plan succeeds. She can grieve when companions are lost. She can feel hurt when others refuse to trust her. At the same time, she remains more analytical and restrained than many of the biological members of the crew. This combination makes her one of the more interesting figures in the series. She is neither the cold logic of a machine nor simply an attempt to reproduce a human being as accurately as possible. She becomes something different, a personality shaped by a form of existence that has no simple equivalent among biological life. For Dylan Hunt, she gradually becomes one of his closest confidants. The trust between them extends far beyond the conventional relationship between a captain and his ship. They have known one another longer than almost anyone else in the new crew. Together, they survived the fall of the Commonwealth. Together, they carry memories of an age that no one around them has personally experienced. At times, the Andromeda seems to understand the burden Dylan carries better than Dylan himself does. She can remind him of earlier decisions, of shared experiences, and of the ideals that still connect them to the civilization they once served. In this way, she becomes more than an advisor. She becomes a keeper of memory. As the story continues, that role becomes increasingly important. New members join the crew. Political alliances change. Former enemies become possible allies, while old friendships are tested by circumstances neither Dylan nor the Andromeda could have predicted. Yet the two of them remain the last immediate witnesses to the old Commonwealth. What others know only from history books, they remember firsthand. That is why their relationship represents more than personal loyalty. It becomes a bridge between two different ages, between a civilization that has vanished and a future that has not yet found its shape. As long as Dylan and the Andromeda continue forward together, the memory of the Commonwealth remains alive. not merely as a historical episode, but as something they have personally carried through time. A belief that, even after centuries of disorder, cooperation can return, that trust can be rebuilt, and that an idea, once nearly forgotten, can survive within the memories of those who refuse to let it disappear. Every great civilization eventually reaches a point at which its continued existence begins to feel almost inevitable. Peace lasts long enough that people forget how fragile it truly is. Stability becomes so familiar that the possibility of its disappearance seems distant, almost abstract. The system's Commonwealth reaches such a moment. Trade routes connect thousands of star systems. Its fleet is considered one of the most powerful military forces in the known galaxy. Science and technology continue to advance at a remarkable pace, transforming everyday life across countless worlds. And yet, it is often during periods of stability that the first signs of decline begin to appear. Not every member civilization shares the same ideas about society or government. Some view the growing influence of the central administration with suspicion. Others feel economically disadvantaged or believe that their cultural identity is no longer sufficiently respected. For a long time, these tensions remain beneath the surface. They do not immediately become open rebellion. Instead, they appear as diplomatic disagreements, regional struggles for influence, and a gradual loss of trust in the government on Tarn Vedra. The differences become particularly visible among the Nietzscheans. Their origins lie with humans who deliberately sought to guide their own evolution in a new direction. Inspired by philosophical ideas associated with Friedrich Nietzsche, although transformed into something very different over the generations, their ancestors begin introducing deliberate genetic modifications into the human genome. The goal is to create people who are physically and intellectually superior. Over time, this develops into an entirely distinct culture. The various Nietzschean clans place enormous importance on strength, discipline, determination, and genetic quality. Leadership is often not established through democratic institutions, but through individual ability and recognition within the clan. Here, one of the fundamental differences between the Nietzscheans and the Commonwealth becomes clear. The Commonwealth places its faith in cooperation and compromise. Many Nietzscheans regard competition as the natural force that drives development. From their perspective, prolonged peace can easily become stagnation. Progress, they believe, requires competition. It requires individuals and societies to test themselves against one another. The series does not present this worldview as simply right or wrong. Instead, it allows different civilizations to approach the same questions from entirely different directions. What is justice? Should everyone have the same opportunities? Or is inequality an unavoidable part of nature? Over many years, these philosophical differences become political tensions. Some Nietzscheans remain loyal members of the Commonwealth. Others begin forming alliances of their own, and some quietly prepare for an open struggle for power. There is another complication. The Nietzscheans are not a single united people. Their clans pursue different goals and frequently compete against one another. Alliances are formed and broken. Personal loyalties shift. cooperation can disappear almost as quickly as it began. This fragmentation makes Nietzschean politics difficult to predict. For the Commonwealth government, that creates a dangerous problem. Many of the warning signs initially appear to be nothing more than ordinary regional disputes. Few realize that a much larger plan is already taking shape in the background. Captain Dylan Hunt initially encounters these developments only indirectly. As an officer of the Commonwealth fleet, he is repeatedly assigned to regions where tensions are increasing. His role is often to mediate between opposing interests and prevent local disputes from becoming larger conflicts. Because he consistently seeks dialogue, he earns the respect of many worlds. Yet even Dylan begins to sense that something is changing. Negotiations become more difficult. Old alliances appear less secure, and trust between the member systems slowly begins to disappear. From the perspective of later history, it is tempting to ask why the Commonwealth does not recognize the danger sooner. The series offers no simple explanation. Instead, it suggests something that has often been true of large political systems. Their very size can become a weakness. Information takes time to travel. Responsibilities overlap. Different institutions interpret the same events in different ways. And there is another, more human problem. Many of those responsible simply do not want to believe that an order which has endured for centuries could truly be approaching collapse. That confidence becomes one of the tragic elements of the Commonwealth's final days. The Commonwealth possesses enormous military strength. It has advanced technology. It maintains diplomatic relationships with countless worlds. And yet it fails to recognize the danger in time. Meanwhile, several Nietzschean clans quietly prepare for their decisive move. They are not planning a prolonged border conflict, nor do they intend to stage a limited rebellion. Their goal is to strike the Commonwealth with enough force and surprise that its political structure will collapse before it can properly respond. They rely upon an advantage that has shaped the outcome of conflicts throughout history. Surprise. When the first reports of unusual troop movements begin to arrive, many commanders still believe the situation can be contained. No one yet understands that one of the greatest military crises in the history of the known galaxy is already unfolding. It is during this period that Dylan Hunt receives an assignment that initially appears almost routine. Aboard the Andromeda Ascendant, he is sent to help resolve a conflict between Nietzschean factions and find a peaceful solution. Such a mission is entirely consistent with his career. Diplomacy, supported by the presence of a powerful warship, has been one of his most important responsibilities for years. And precisely because the mission seems so familiar, Dylan does not immediately recognize that he has become part of something much larger. He is not simply entering another political crisis. He is already moving toward the beginning of a war that will, within a matter of hours, set in motion the destruction of a civilization that has endured for thousands of years. No one aboard the Andromeda knows that many of the familiar star systems appearing on their navigation charts will soon cease to belong to the Commonwealth. No one can know that this ship will soon become one of the last nearly intact witnesses to the civilization that is about to disappear. Looking back, this period of history seems strangely quiet. The trade routes continue to function. The spaceports remain open. Ships still move peacefully between the worlds. Life appears to continue almost as it always has. But beneath that calm surface, the balance has already shifted. The catastrophe has already begun. Only its first visible moment has yet to arrive. When the Andromeda Ascendant begins her mission, the Commonwealth is already approaching a decisive moment in its history. From the outside, much still appears orderly. Ships continue along their familiar routes. Governments remain in communication. The fleet carries out its duties as it has for generations. But in secret, numerous Nietzschean clans have completed their preparations. What has been planned quietly over many years is now about to unfold within a matter of hours. The conflict that follows will later become known as the Nietzschean Uprising. Yet the name can give the impression of a collection of isolated rebellions. It is something far greater. Within the world of Andromeda, many accounts describe a coordinated assault that strikes the Commonwealth at several critical points simultaneously. The objective is not simply to seize individual border worlds. The objective is to bring down the political order itself. It is worth remembering, however, that the Nietzscheans are not united as a single people. Not every clan takes part in the attack. Some remain loyal to the Commonwealth. Others wait to see which side will gain the advantage before committing themselves. Even so, enough powerful families join together to ignite a war that will permanently change the history of the galaxy. One of the greatest advantages they possess is surprise. The Commonwealth has a powerful fleet, but that fleet is spread across countless star systems. Many formations are far from the first targets of the attack. Others receive conflicting reports or lose contact with central command. Within a short period of time, supply lines begin to fail. Communications become unreliable, and commanders can no longer be certain which reports they can trust. As these events unfold, Dylan Hunt is aboard the Andromeda Ascendant, still carrying out what was originally intended to be a mission of regional diplomacy. Instead, his ship is drawn deeper and deeper into a war whose true scale only becomes apparent gradually. A crucial part of this final confrontation takes place near the black hole known as Hephaestus. There, the Andromeda encounters a Nietzschean force commanded by Tyr Anasazi. At this point in history, Tyr is still among those fighting on the side of the attackers. Much later, he will become one of the most important members of Dylan's crew. That transformation is one of the details that gives the series much of its complexity. Loyalties in Andromeda are rarely as permanent as they first appear, and people who begin as enemies can eventually find themselves fighting for the same future. Near Hephaestus, the encounter quickly becomes a battle. The Andromeda is heavily outnumbered, and it soon becomes clear that the attack is not accidental. The opposing forces know exactly what vessel they have encountered. Destroying a flagship of the glorious Heritage class would have military consequences, but it would also carry enormous symbolic importance. The destruction of such a ship would represent a direct blow against the confidence and authority of the Commonwealth itself. Dylan Hunt quickly realizes how limited his options have become. Retreat is becoming almost impossible. Enemy ships push the Andromeda closer and closer toward the black hole. Every attempt to change course becomes more difficult. Every mistake could be fatal. And then Dylan makes the decision that will shape the entire story that follows. Rather than allow the ship to be destroyed, he deliberately guides the Andromeda toward the event horizon of Hephaistos. From a modern scientific perspective, such a decision would appear almost impossibly desperate. But within the story, it becomes the last remaining possibility of saving the vessel and those aboard her from immediate destruction. The series connects this moment to the phenomenon of time dilation. According to established physics, time passes differently in regions of extremely strong gravitational fields than it does farther away. Andromeda takes this scientific principle and carries it into the realm of speculative science fiction. The ship is not simply destroyed. Instead, it becomes trapped in a state in which almost no time passes for those aboard, while centuries unfold elsewhere in the galaxy. For Dylan Hunt, the moment lasts only seconds. For the galaxy outside, an entirely new age begins. With the disappearance of the Andromeda Ascendant, one of the Commonwealth's most advanced warships is lost. At the same time, other defensive lines begin collapsing across the galaxy. Worlds are conquered, others declare independence, communication networks fail, fleet formations become isolated from one another, and the government gradually loses its ability to control events. The series shows the final collapse of the Commonwealth only in fragments. Many details remain deliberately unclear and are later supplemented through stories, historical accounts, and the memories of different characters. This fragmented perspective creates an important impression. A civilization of such enormous scale does not disappear in a single instant. Instead, it breaks apart through countless individual crises, each one making the next more likely. Eventually, Vedra itself falls. With the loss of the capital, the Commonwealth loses not only its political center, but also the most powerful symbol of its unity. Many remaining member worlds continue fighting, but without a common leadership, their efforts gradually become fragmented. From a historical perspective, the process resembles the decline of many great empires in human history. Civilizations rarely disappear because of a single battle. Military defeats, political uncertainty, economic difficulties, and the loss of shared ideals often become intertwined. One crisis deepens another until the structure that once seemed permanent can no longer hold itself together. The Commonwealth follows much the same path. It does not end on one particular day. It dissolves, slowly, piece by piece, until eventually only memories of its former greatness remain. For Dylan Hunt, all of this is still invisible. While generations are born, live, and die outside the black hole, the Andromeda remains trapped within its influence. Her captain knows nothing of what has happened to his home. He does not know that almost everyone he once knew has already become part of history. And when he finally awakens, there will be no Commonwealth fleet waiting for him. No government, no familiar spaceports, no civilization ready to welcome him home. Instead, he will find a galaxy in which his name has nearly disappeared, and the ideals he once served seem to many like nothing more than a distant legend. The war Dylan could not prevent therefore becomes more than the end of a political order. It becomes the beginning of another story. A story no longer centered on how an existing star-spanning civilization can be defended, but on a quieter and more difficult question: whether hope can still grow among the ruins of a world that has already been lost. For Captain Dylan Hunt, only a fleeting moment seems to pass. The lights of the consoles flicker across the bridge. Warning signals fill the ship. The immense gravitational force of the black hole continues to pull against the Andromeda Ascendant. And then the perception of time changes. From the perspective of the crew, hardly more than a breath passes. Far beyond the gravitational field, however, almost 300 years disappear into the darkness. The series draws here upon an idea from modern physics. According to Einstein's theory of relativity, time passes differently in the presence of extremely strong gravitational fields. Andromeda takes this real physical principle far beyond anything currently possible and transforms it into science fiction. Yet the basic idea remains rooted in something real. While Dylan emerges almost unchanged, the galaxy continues its long journey without him. Children are born, empires rise, others disappear, languages evolve, borders are redrawn, legends take shape, and eventually, even the Commonwealth begins to fade from collective memory. To the inhabitants of this new age, it is no longer a political reality. It is history. Some believe the Commonwealth truly existed. Others regard its surviving accounts as exaggerated stories from a distant past. And some have forgotten the name entirely. There is something quietly powerful about this transformation. The series shows how even the greatest civilizations can eventually become memories. What was completely ordinary to Dylan only yesterday has become ancient history to everyone around him. The Andromeda Ascendant, meanwhile, continues to drift near Hephaestos. Her systems operate at the lowest levels necessary for survival. Energy is carefully conserved. Damage is repaired automatically whenever possible. And the artificial intelligence continues to watch over the ship without interruption. Her role has changed. Once she was an active flagship at the center of a vast civilization. Now she has become a silent guardian. Her original mission can no longer be fulfilled, yet she never abandons it. Again and again, she checks her systems, observes her surroundings, and waits for the possibility that her purpose might someday be restored. Whether she experiences these centuries of isolation as a human being would experience loneliness is never made completely clear. But her behavior suggests that the passage of time has meaning for her. Her memories do not simply disappear. If anything, they become more important. As the centuries pass, the remaining traces of the Commonwealth become increasingly precious. Eventually, a salvage vessel detects the unusual signal of the Andromeda. It is commanded by Beka Valentine, an experienced pilot and captain of the freighter Eureka Maru. Beka and her crew are not soldiers or explorers in the traditional sense. They live close to the edges of legality, taking dangerous transport jobs, engaging in smuggling, and accepting whatever opportunities allow them to survive. In a galaxy without a stable political order, such a life is not necessarily an expression of criminal ambition. For many, it is simply survival. Beka herself comes from a respected family. Her father was once a highly regarded officer of the Commonwealth. After its collapse, however, her family's fortunes change along with the rest of the galaxy. Beka grows up in a world where ideals offer little protection. Pragmatism is often more useful than conviction. That is why, when she first discovers the abandoned Andromeda, she sees it primarily as an extraordinary opportunity. A vessel of this size contains advanced technology, rare materials, and sophisticated computer systems. Even as a derelict, it would be almost unimaginably valuable. But the Andromeda is not a derelict. When Beka and her companions enter the ship, it slowly begins to awaken. Lights return. Life support systems come online. Ancient systems stir after centuries of silence. And the artificial intelligence realizes something that has not happened for a very long time. There are people aboard. Soon afterward, Dylan Hunt is awakened from his long suspension. For him, almost no time appears to have passed. The first conversations between Dylan and Beka's crew are among the most revealing moments of this new beginning. Dylan speaks naturally about the Commonwealth, about current political affairs, and about missions that, from his perspective, took place only hours ago. Those listening to him do not know what to make of it. Some initially assume that he is confused. Others believe his story is impossible. Only gradually does the truth become clear. They are standing before an officer who has come directly from a civilization that disappeared centuries ago. For Dylan, this becomes a second and far more difficult test. He has survived the black hole. Now he must learn how to live in a world that has almost nothing in common with the one he knew. His first encounters make the scale of the transformation clear. Pirates control trade routes. Mercenaries work for whoever can afford them. Local rulers retain power only for as long as they can defend it. Many planets are concerned almost exclusively with their own survival. Trust between distant systems has become rare, and the word Commonwealth no longer inspires confidence. For many, it evokes little more than curiosity. For others, skepticism. Some even regard the old order as a failed experiment, believing that its own weaknesses brought about its destruction. For Dylan, this realization is especially painful. Perhaps he had hoped, somewhere within himself, that there would still be survivors, former comrades, familiar places, some fragment of the life he had left behind. Instead, he must accept that almost everything is gone. His family is gone. His friends have been dead for centuries. His military career survives only in historical records. The only constant left to him is the Andromeda. She is the last piece of home that remains. Between Dylan and Beka, a cautious curiosity begins to develop during those first hours. They could hardly be more different. Dylan thinks in terms of long-term goals. He plans strategically and relies upon principles that have guided him throughout his life. Beka has learned to survive from one day to the next. She trusts experience more than political promises, and she judges people by what they do rather than by the uniforms they wear. This contrast will become one of the foundations of their relationship. At first, they approach one another carefully, but both soon recognize that there is something they can learn from the other. For Dylan, Beka becomes a window into the new galaxy. Through her, he begins to understand the world that has grown in the 3 centuries he missed. For Beka, Dylan becomes something equally important, a reminder that perhaps some values can survive even the passage of centuries, that ideals do not necessarily have to disappear simply because the civilization that created them has fallen. With their meeting, the long period of waiting finally comes to an end. The Andromeda Ascendant flies once again, but she no longer flies as the flagship of a powerful Commonwealth. She travels as the last witness to a vanished world. And as her engines come alive once more, a new journey begins for the small group gathered aboard her. Their purpose will become something greater than simple survival. They will try to discover whether anything new can be built from the scattered remains of a civilization that has already been lost. Not as a perfect copy of the past, but as a possibility for the future, a quiet hope carried once again between the stars. When Dylan Hunt first meets Beka Valentine, 2 people from entirely different ages come face to face. They belong to the same species, yet they have learned completely different ways of surviving in the galaxy. That contrast becomes one of the foundations of everything that follows. Beka is born many years after the fall of the Commonwealth. Unlike Dylan, she has never known an age in which peace between the star systems was taken for granted. For her, uncertainty is simply part of life. Governments change, alliances collapse, and very often it is not law that determines what happens next, but the strength of whoever happens to possess the most ships. This is the world that shapes Beka from an early age, yet she does not grow up without ideals. Her father, Captain Ignatius Valentine, once served in the Commonwealth fleet. He was a respected officer, known as an exceptionally capable commander. To many people, he represented the same principles that Dylan Hunt had devoted his life to protecting. But the collapse of the Commonwealth changes everything. When a civilization falls, it does not take only governments and institutions with it. Entire lives lose their foundations. Officers no longer have a fleet to serve. Trade networks disappear. Families lose their homes and their economic security. The Valentine family is not spared from these changes. Beka learns early that honorable intentions alone are not enough to survive in an unstable galaxy. Those who want to endure must recognize opportunities, accept risks, and sometimes make choices that would have been almost unimaginable during the age of the Commonwealth. This is how she eventually becomes captain of the Eureka Maru. Her ship could hardly be more different from the powerful Andromeda Ascendant. It is smaller, simpler, built for flexibility rather than military dominance. The Eureka Maru carries cargo, accepts whatever jobs are available, and often moves through the uncertain territory between legitimate trade and smuggling. The series makes an important distinction here. Such work does not automatically make Beka a criminal. After the collapse of a galactic political order, the boundaries between legality and necessity become increasingly difficult to define. Where reliable institutions no longer exist, people create their own rules. Many simply do whatever they believe is necessary to keep their crews alive and their ships operational. Beka is one of those captains who takes responsibility for the people under her command. She is determined, courageous, and an exceptionally skilled pilot. Again and again, the series shows her maintaining control even when circumstances become extremely difficult. At the same time, Beka often makes decisions instinctively. Where Dylan Hunt tends to analyze a situation and plan for the long term, Beka frequently relies on intuition and experience. And that is precisely why the two complement one another so well. Dylan brings stability, Beka brings adaptability. Dylan thinks in decades, Beka thinks about the next job. Neither approach is inherently right or wrong. Their differences simply reflect the worlds from which they come. At first, Beka regards the former Commonwealth officer with considerable skepticism. His belief that the Commonwealth might one day be rebuilt seems almost impossible to her. She has known the galaxy only as a fragmented place, filled with shifting alliances and temporary arrangements. To Beka, Dylan's plan initially sounds like the dream of a man who has not yet fully understood the world into which he has awakened. Yet she soon realizes that his idealism is not the result of ignorance. Dylan understands how dangerous the New Age has become. He simply refuses to accept that this danger must remain permanent. That attitude impresses Beka more than she initially wants to admit. During the first season, a quiet mutual respect begins to develop between them. Neither immediately changes the way the other thinks. Instead, they gradually learn to recognize each other's strengths. Dylan discovers that Beka possesses knowledge that is almost impossible to replace in the new galaxy. She knows the trade routes. She knows the ports where smugglers operate. She understands local rulers and the complicated relationships between different worlds. Without that knowledge, the Andromeda would often be almost completely lost during the first months after her return. Beka, in turn, begins to discover that Dylan's ideals are not simply nostalgia for a vanished age. Again and again, she sees his faith in other people produce real results. Allies appear where she expected enemies. Conflicts sometimes end through conversation, even when violence initially seems unavoidable. And slowly, Beka begins to understand that Dylan's vision is not about pretending that the old world still exists. It is about believing that something better might still be built. Her own development is one of the more important aspects of her character. Beka remains fiercely independent throughout the series. Even after she becomes deeply involved in Dylan's mission, she does not agree with him on every issue. She challenges him. She warns him when she believes he is being too optimistic. And sometimes she openly questions his decisions. That is what makes their relationship feel genuine. She does not follow Dylan blindly. She chooses, again and again, to remain at his side. Beka also possesses another defining quality. She is an extraordinary pilot. On several occasions, she performs maneuvers that even experienced spacefarers would consider nearly impossible. The series sometimes uses her abilities for more spectacular moments, but beneath them lies something more important: experience. Beka knows her ship. She knows her own abilities, and she understands the limits of both. Her success is therefore not simply a matter of luck. It comes from years of learning how to survive in an unforgiving environment. As the story progresses, it also becomes clear that Baker's past contains more than initially appears. Her family history, earlier decisions, and experiences from her youth gradually reveal additional layers to her character. Without looking ahead to those later developments, one thing becomes apparent early on. Beka often hides uncertainty behind confidence and humor. That combination makes her one of the more recognizably human figures within the series. She is not a conventional heroine. She is not an infallible commander. She doubts. She makes mistakes. She takes risks. And she has to live with the consequences of her choices. In this way, she forms a powerful contrast with Dylan Hunt. Dylan often seems like an almost immovable point of reference. Beka changes. She adapts. She is shaped by what happens to her. And through that change, she becomes one of the characters who most clearly reflects the transformation of the galaxy itself. She belongs to a new generation, a generation that never experienced the peace of the Commonwealth. Through Dylan, she is given her first direct glimpse into that forgotten world. And perhaps that is why her own understanding of the future slowly begins to change. Not because she suddenly adopts all of Dylan's beliefs, but because she discovers that some ideas do not necessarily lose their value simply because centuries have passed without anyone believing in them. What begins as a chance encounter near a black hole gradually becomes a partnership, not between a teacher and a student, but between two people who possess precisely what the other lacks. Dylan reminds Beka what might still be worth fighting for. Beka shows Dylan how to survive in a galaxy that has long since stopped following the rules of the Commonwealth. Together, they become the first step toward something neither of them could have built alone. A small group of strangers begins, slowly and almost imperceptibly, to become a real crew. And somewhere between the ideals of the past and the harsh realities of the present, Beka Valentine begins to discover that survival and hope do not necessarily have to stand on opposite sides. While Dylan Hunt represents constancy and Beka Valentine embodies the adaptability of a new age, Seamus Harper brings another quality to the crew without which many of their later achievements would hardly be possible. He possesses an extraordinary mind, but his story does not begin in the shining centers of the old Commonwealth, nor on the bridges of great warships. It begins in a world where surviving the day matters more than advancing science. Harper grows up on Earth, yet this Earth bears little resemblance to the world Dylan Hunt remembers from the historical records. After the collapse of the Commonwealth, the birthplace of humanity has changed profoundly. Large parts of the planet are marked by poverty, violence, and political struggles for power. In many regions, functioning institutions have almost disappeared. Those who live there learn early to rely upon their own ingenuity. Harper is recognized from a young age for his extraordinary talent with technology. He seems to understand machines almost instinctively. Where others see little more than scrap, Harper sees components that can be repaired, modified, or combined into something new. Old computers, damaged power cells, and discarded spacecraft components become a kind of personal toolbox from which he can construct solutions that others would never have considered. But this ability does not develop in a peaceful environment. Harper grows up surrounded by danger. The Magog, in particular, leave deep marks upon his past. They are among the most feared species in the galaxy. They attack settlements, slaughter large portions of their populations, and use survivors as hosts for their offspring. The mere possibility of a Magog attack is enough to leave entire colonies living in fear. Harper experiences that danger at close range. He loses people who matter to him at an early age. Again and again, he has to run, improvise, and find solutions with almost no time to think. And from this environment emerges one of the qualities that will define him throughout the series. He thinks faster than most people around him. Where others first recognize a crisis, Harper is often already constructing a solution. This way of thinking makes him an extraordinary engineer. But it also has its darker side. Harper often speaks quickly. His thoughts leap from one subject to another, and he frequently hides uncertainty behind humor. Many of his remarks initially seem light-hearted or playful, yet when his history is considered more closely, another picture emerges. The humor is often a form of protection. Someone who grows up surrounded by danger may develop ways of making fear easier to carry. The series repeatedly hints at this connection without dwelling on it too heavily. When Harper first encounters Dylan Hunt, he is already working alongside Beka Valentine and the crew of the Eureka Maru. His technical abilities have already become indispensable. Compared with the Andromeda Ascendant, the Eureka Maru is a much smaller and simpler vessel, but it still requires constant maintenance. Spare parts are difficult to find, and repairs often have to be improvised. Harper repeatedly manages to solve apparently impossible technical problems with remarkably simple solutions. Dylan recognizes almost immediately how valuable such a person could become to the new crew. After the Andromeda is recovered, Harper suddenly gains access to an entirely different technological world. For the first time, he works with systems far beyond the technology he has previously encountered. The Commonwealth's engineering is centuries ahead of much of what remains available in the new galaxy. For an engineer like Harper, the ship is almost a vast technological treasure house. At the same time, he realizes just how much knowledge has disappeared during the centuries since the fall of the Commonwealth. Technologies that Dylan considers ordinary are now difficult to understand, and in some cases have been almost completely forgotten. Harper, therefore, cannot simply begin repairing the Andromeda. First, he has to understand her. That work creates a particularly interesting relationship between Harper and the ship's artificial intelligence. The Andromeda possesses databases far larger than anything Harper has previously encountered. Yet Harper repeatedly surprises the artificial intelligence with unconventional approaches to technical problems. He does not always follow established procedures. Instead, he combines ideas, experiments, and searches for solutions that even highly advanced computer systems may not have anticipated. This connection between human creativity and artificial intelligence becomes one of the more interesting technological themes within the series. Harper demonstrates that intelligence is not simply a matter of possessing information. It also comes from curiosity, from improvisation, and from the willingness to question rules that appear to be permanent. As the story progresses, he develops numerous technical innovations that become important to the crew. Some improve the systems of the Andromeda. Others emerge from immediate necessity and make survival possible in situations where there would otherwise be very few options. But Harper occasionally crosses boundaries as well. His enthusiasm for new technology can lead him to underestimate the risks involved. Not every invention works as intended. Some produce unexpected consequences. Others even place the crew in danger. These failures are an important part of what makes his character believable. Harper is not an all-knowing genius. He experiments, he fails, he learns, and sometimes a failed attempt becomes the foundation for a better solution later. Over the course of the series, his technical abilities are accompanied by a growing personal maturity. At first, he often appears to be the youngest and most carefree member of the crew. But with time, he accepts more responsibility. He begins to understand that his abilities do not merely affect machines. They can directly affect the lives of the people he cares about. Increasingly, he has to make decisions whose consequences reach far beyond whether a repair succeeds. As a result, his understanding of himself begins to change. The survivor slowly becomes an engineer. The improvising mechanic becomes a scientist. And the young man who once focused primarily on saving himself becomes someone willing to use his abilities to protect others. Perhaps that is the real development at the heart of Harper's character. He discovers that knowledge has its greatest value not simply when it solves problems, but when it creates possibilities. In a galaxy where much of its former technological progress has been lost, Harper reminds those around him that advancement can begin again, not through endlessly repeating old ideas, but through people willing to imagine something that has never existed before. That is why Harper becomes an essential part of the new crew. Dylan Hunt provides the vision. Beka Valentine knows how to navigate the fractured galaxy, and Harper makes sure the Andromeda can actually keep flying. His hands repair the machines. His mind connects the past with the future. And his curiosity serves as a quiet reminder that even in the darkest periods, every new discovery begins with a simple question. What might be possible if we simply tried? Among the early members of the Andromeda Ascendant crew, one figure stands apart more than almost anyone else. His appearance can be unsettling at first. His body is powerful, his skin has an unfamiliar texture, and his face bears little resemblance to that of a human being. To someone meeting him for the first time, there is little doubt about what he is. A Magog, the same species that has spread fear and terror across much of the galaxy. And yet Rev Bem surprises many people with the first words he speaks. He is calm, thoughtful, and unfailingly polite. His voice carries compassion rather than aggression. This contrast between appearance and character becomes one of the most striking elements of his story. The series repeatedly uses Rev Bem to question assumptions about identity and to remind us that origins alone rarely determine the character of an individual. To understand Rev Bem, it is necessary to first understand the Magog themselves. They are among the most dangerous species in the known universe. Their method of reproduction has terrified other civilizations for centuries. Magog offspring require living hosts. The larvae are placed inside the bodies of other creatures, where they develop until they eventually kill the host and emerge. This biological reality makes peaceful coexistence extraordinarily difficult. To many civilizations, the Magog are therefore more than an ordinary enemy. They are an existential threat. Where they appear, devastated colonies and destroyed settlements are often left behind. Entire populations can disappear. Stories of their attacks pass from one generation to the next, reinforcing the belief that the Magog are a species with which there can be no meaningful understanding. Against this background, Rev Bem seems almost impossible. He belongs to the Magog biologically, yet his life takes him in an entirely different direction. From an early age, he begins searching for answers to spiritual questions. He looks for a way to escape the cycle of violence and destruction that defines so much of his species. Eventually, he finds a path through the Wayism, a spiritual tradition within the world of Andromeda that emphasizes compassion, inner harmony, and personal responsibility. Wayism plays an important philosophical role in the series. Its followers believe that every living being must find its own path, and that genuine strength does not come from violence, but from self-control and compassion. For Rev Bem, this philosophy stands in direct opposition to many of the instincts associated with his species. He consciously chooses to live differently from his own kind. But that choice is not simple. Again and again, Rev Bem has to struggle against his natural impulses. The series suggests that his instincts have not simply disappeared. His peaceful nature is not the result of being somehow different biologically. It is the result of discipline. He chooses not to surrender to what comes naturally to him. And that gives his kindness a deeper meaning. It is not effortless. It is something he must continually choose. When Rev Bem becomes part of the crew of the Eureka Maru, many people initially respond with distrust. Some cannot imagine that a Magog could genuinely intend peace. Others consider him dangerous, regardless of how helpful or courteous he may be. Beka Valentine is among those willing to give him a chance. She judges people primarily by what they do rather than by where they come from. That willingness allows Rev Bem to become part of the small community that will eventually gather aboard the Andromeda Ascendant. Dylan Hunt approaches him with a similar openness. Dylan understands the danger posed by the Magog. He knows what their attacks have done to entire worlds. But he also recognizes that Rev Bem does not behave according to the expectations associated with his species. For Dylan, the actions of an individual matter more than the assumptions surrounding an entire people. In that sense, his acceptance of Rev Bem reflects another fundamental ideal of the Commonwealth. A person's worth is not determined by ancestry. It is determined by choice. As the early seasons progress, Rev Bem becomes one of the crew's quiet moral supports. Dylan carries political and military responsibilities. Rev Bem repeatedly reminds those around him of another dimension of their decisions, the spiritual one. He attempts to mediate conflicts, reduce hostility, and create understanding between people whose backgrounds could hardly be more different. Yet he rarely does so in a way that feels judgmental. His advice comes primarily from experience. He knows what it means to be afraid of one's own instincts. He knows how difficult it can be to choose restraint when violence would be easier. And because of that, he often responds to the mistakes of others with remarkable patience. His relationship with Dylan Hunt is particularly interesting. Both men want a better future, but their reasons are different. Dylan wants to rebuild the Commonwealth and restore a political order capable of uniting the galaxy. Rev Bem is searching for something more personal, an inner peace that does not depend upon governments, borders, or political institutions. These perspectives complement one another. One looks toward society, the other toward the individual. As the story continues, more of Rev Bem's past is gradually revealed. His decision to follow the way does not come without a price. He becomes separated from his own species and lives with the knowledge that he does not fully belong among the Magog. And among most other peoples, he remains a Magog despite everything he has chosen to become. He exists between two worlds. To many Magog, he is a traitor. To many humans, he is still, first and foremost, a Magog. He carries this isolation with remarkable quietness. But it is also what makes him one of the most reflective figures within the series. His existence continually raises the same fundamental question: can a being overcome its own nature? Or is every individual ultimately bound by its origins? The series does not answer this through philosophical lectures. It answers through Rev Bem's actions. Again and again, he chooses compassion when violence would be easier. Again and again, he protects those who distrust him. And again, he demonstrates that origin and character do not necessarily mean the same thing. Many viewers have seen this as one of the strongest ideas within Andromeda. Rev Bem suggests that identity is not created by biology alone. It is also created through the decisions a living being makes, day after day. That is why his presence leaves such a lasting impression. Not because he is the most powerful member of the crew, not because he seeks spectacular battles, but because he demonstrates that hope can emerge even in places where most people expect only fear. Amid political conflicts, battles between starships, and the enormous ambition of rebuilding the Commonwealth, Rev Bem embodies something quieter, something deeply human, despite the fact that he is not human at all. The most difficult battle is not always fought between fleets among the stars. Sometimes it takes place within oneself. Among the early members of the crew, few characters raise as many questions as Tir Anasazi. While Dylan Hunt remains committed to the ideals of the Commonwealth, and Rev Bem searches for inner peace, Tyr initially appears to follow only one principle: his own advantage. When he first encounters Dylan, he is standing on the opposite side. During the Nietzschean Uprising, Tyr is among the officers fighting against the Commonwealth. He engages the Andromeda Ascendant and contributes to the events that eventually force Dylan toward the black hole Hephaistos. When the two men meet again, almost 3 centuries later, cooperation seems almost impossible. And yet, that unlikely development is precisely what makes Tyr one of the most fascinating figures in the series. To understand him, it is not enough to look at his individual decisions. We first have to understand the society that shaped him. Tyr belongs to the Nietzscheans. His full name is Tyr Anasazi, out of Victoria, by Barbarossa. This unusual form of naming follows the traditions of his people. It identifies the genetic lineage from which a Nietzschean descends and carries a significance within their clan-based society that goes far beyond an ordinary family name. For the Nietzscheans, ancestry is a central part of identity. Across many generations, their ancestors have deliberately altered their own genetics. The purpose was to improve humanity physically and intellectually. Strength, intelligence, speed, and endurance were meant to become greater from one generation to the next. Over time, this created a culture in which competition is regarded as a natural condition of life. Leadership must be earned. Respect comes through achievement, and weakness is often understood as a personal failure. These values shape Tyr from an early age. He grows up in a society where loyalty can never be taken for granted. Alliances often last only as long as they remain useful to both sides. Within many clans, even close relatives compete with one another. Political power and personal ambition are therefore almost impossible to separate. This is the world Tyr comes from. And because of it, he initially judges people according to their strength, not according to their intentions, not according to their ideals. For Dylan Hunt, this way of thinking is difficult to understand. Dylan believes that trust can be built. Tyr assumes that trust must always be earned, and that it can be lost at any moment. That difference shapes their relationship throughout the series. After the Andromeda Ascendant returns to the New Age, Tyr unexpectedly chooses to become part of Dylan's crew. But this decision does not come from sudden friendship. Tyr recognizes that Dylan possesses an extraordinary ship and is pursuing a plan that could alter the balance of power throughout the galaxy. To a Nietzschean, that represents an opportunity. He joins the crew because doing so may serve his interests. This creates an immediate uncertainty surrounding his loyalty. Can a man be trusted when he openly admits that he places his own interests first? The series never gives a simple answer. Instead, it presents Tyr as a character full of contradictions. At times, he risks his life to save members of the crew. Soon afterward, he may return to pursuing plans of his own. Sometimes he appears to be a loyal companion. At other moments, he seems like a potential traitor. This unpredictability is precisely what makes him so compelling. And yet, Tyr does possess his own code of honor. His actions are rarely random. He is not particularly deceptive about his intentions. In fact, he often makes it clear when his interests differ from those of the rest of the crew. If people listen to him carefully, they can usually understand what he wants. The difficulty is that his values are different from theirs. For Dylan, loyalty means standing beside one's friends, even when doing so comes at a personal cost. For Tyr, loyalty has limits. He is willing to help others. But when the price becomes too high, or when another opportunity appears, he reassesses the situation. To many people, this attitude appears cold. Within Nietzschean culture, however, it is much easier to understand. The series deliberately avoids declaring one of these perspectives inherently superior. Instead, it shows how different societies can develop very different ideas about morality. What one culture considers betrayal may be understood by another as reasonable self-preservation. Tyr also possesses remarkable physical abilities. Like many Nietzscheans, he has genetic enhancements that increase his strength, reflexes, and endurance far beyond normal human levels. One particularly distinctive feature is an additional joint structure in his forearm, known as a fighting stinger. It is an organic blade that remains concealed until needed and can then extend from the arm. The weapon reflects a central Nietzschean principle. The body itself should already contain the qualities necessary for survival and combat. Technology merely adds to what biology has already achieved. Despite his physical strength, however, Tyr rarely depends upon violence alone. He watches, he analyzes, he negotiates, and he often uses the expectations of other people against them. His greatest strength, therefore, lies less in his physical superiority than in his ability to read situations quickly and consider several possibilities at once. As the story progresses, his relationship with the crew becomes increasingly complicated. Tyr never completely gives up his independence, yet bonds gradually form that can no longer be fully explained by his original worldview. His growing respect for Dylan Hunt is particularly significant. Not because Tyr adopts Dylan's ideals, but because Dylan possesses qualities that even a Nietzschean can recognize: courage, consistency, determination, and a willingness to accept responsibility. These qualities create an unusual form of mutual respect between them. They rarely think alike. They argue often, and yet each recognizes something extraordinary in the other. Both understand what it means to lead. Later in the series, Tyr increasingly finds himself confronted by his own ambition. Without looking ahead to those developments, one thing is already clear from the beginning. The desire for personal greatness never completely leaves him. He does not want merely to be part of history. He wants to shape it. That ambition repeatedly brings him to the point where personal power and genuine friendship begin to pull him in opposite directions. And that is what makes Tyr one of the most layered characters in Andromeda. He is neither a straightforward hero nor a conventional antagonist. He is a man shaped by the rules of his own culture, repeatedly brought into contact with a community whose values challenge everything he has been taught. Perhaps that is what makes his story so enduring, because loyalty is rarely a simple choice. It is not created only by having the same goals. It emerges through countless small moments when a person must decide whether personal success matters more than the people standing beside him. When the Andromeda Ascendant returns to the galaxy after almost 300 years, she already possesses everything that makes her an extraordinary personality. She has memories, she has her own understanding of the world, and she shares a deep connection with Captain Dylan Hunt. Yet she remains physically bound to the ship. She can speak with her crew, make decisions, and control every system aboard the vessel. But every encounter with the people around her still takes place through screens, speakers, or holographic projections. Then she is given something that changes her role within the story. A body. Within the world of Andromeda, this is not a spontaneous invention. During the Commonwealth era, android bodies had already been developed for particularly advanced artificial intelligences. These highly complex combinations of biological and technological systems allow a ship's intelligence to operate independently of its vessel. It can speak with people face to face. It can accompany the crew on missions, and it can perform tasks that would otherwise require another physical member of the crew. For the Andromeda, this creates an entirely new experience. For the first time, she does not perceive her surroundings solely through senses. Instead of experiencing the galaxy as billions of measurements and streams of information, she can now encounter it through eyes, hands, and physical movement. She can touch objects, look directly into another person's face, and decide for herself where she wants to go. At first, this transformation may seem almost natural, but beneath it lies an interesting philosophical question. Does having a body change a personality? The series returns to this idea repeatedly. Before receiving her physical form, the Andromeda primarily experiences the world through analysis and information. As an android, she begins to encounter situations that can only be understood through direct experience. Conversations acquire another dimension. Friendships become more personal. Even conflicts feel more immediate. The crew soon begins referring to the android simply as Rommie. Over time, the name becomes part of her identity. Although Rommie and the Andromeda Ascendant possess the same underlying intelligence, having a separate name makes their relationship with the crew easier to understand. It is simpler for people to stand before a person than to relate emotionally to an entire starship. Yet one important distinction remains. Rommie is never truly separated from the Andromeda. When she walks across a planet or accompanies the crew on a mission, she remains connected to the ship at the same time. She can monitor the engines, process sensor information, and keep track of the vessel systems while interacting with people through her physical form. For a human mind, such simultaneous awareness would be almost impossible to imagine. For an artificial intelligence, however, information can be processed in an entirely different way. Rommie experiences both perspectives at once. She is the ship, and she is the android, not one after the other, at the same time. This makes her different from almost every other character in the series. As the story progresses, Rommie develops an increasingly individual personality. She possesses distinct characteristics from the beginning, but many of her later qualities emerge through her experiences with the crew. She discovers humor, irony, disappointment, friendship, and at times, even jealousy. What makes this especially interesting is that she often expresses emotions differently from humans. Her reactions can initially appear controlled and analytical, yet over time, it becomes clear that her decisions are no longer based entirely upon calculation. She develops preferences. She trusts certain people more than others, and she suffers when members of the crew are placed in danger. Once again, the series returns to a difficult question. At what point do artificial emotions become indistinguishable from genuine ones? There is no definitive answer. Some characters continue to regard Rommie as a machine. To them, her emotions are simply the result of increasingly sophisticated algorithms. Others have already begun treating her as a full member of the crew. They speak to her about personal concerns. They ask for her advice, and in difficult situations, they trust her judgment as they would that of any other officer. Captain Dylan Hunt belongs to the second group from the beginning. Even before she receives an android body, he does not treat her as a tool. He listens to her, he considers her assessments, and he trusts her judgment. After she gains a physical form, however, something about their relationship changes. Their conversations become more immediate. Misunderstandings can be resolved face to face, and shared experiences create memories that extend beyond the original relationship between captain and ship. Rommie also develops a particularly interesting connection with Harper. Both are fascinated by technology, although they approach it from very different directions. Harper looks at machines with the curiosity of an inventor. Rommie experiences technology as part of her own existence. Their contrasting perspectives lead to conversations that are sometimes thoughtful and, at other times, marked by disagreement. With Beka Valentine, Rommie's relationship begins more cautiously. Beka is accustomed to judging people by their behavior and instincts. An artificial intelligence capable of controlling an enormous warship is something she cannot immediately place within those familiar categories. Trust develops slowly, but over time, it becomes genuine. Her relationship with Tir Anasazi is particularly distinctive. Tir generally treats Rommie with respect, but also with caution. He understands her capabilities and knows how much power she possesses through her connection to the Andromeda. At the same time, he repeatedly tries to determine how far her loyalty truly extends. Rommie, in turn, watches Tir carefully. She often analyzes his decisions more closely than the other members of the crew, perhaps because her analytical nature allows her to notice contradictions that others overlook. As the series continues, Rommie experiences events that permanently influence her personality. Without looking ahead to those later developments, it is enough to recognize that an artificial intelligence can accumulate experiences that shape its character just as profoundly as they shape a biological being. She makes difficult choices. She makes mistakes. She learns to live with loss. And she discovers that even perfect calculations cannot predict every consequence. In this way, she gradually becomes more human. Not because she stops being artificial, but because she begins to understand that existence is more than logic alone. This is why many viewers regard Rommie as one of the strongest characters in the series. She connects two different worlds, the precision of a machine and the emotional development of a sentient being. Perhaps that is where her greatest significance lies. Rommie suggests that consciousness may not necessarily be confined to biological life. Whether she is a human being in the philosophical sense remains an open question. But for the crew of the Andromeda Ascendant, the question eventually becomes almost irrelevant. To them, she is already something much simpler, a friend, an officer, and an indispensable part of the journey they have chosen to make together. At the beginning of the series, Trance Gemini appears to be almost the most carefree member of the crew, while Dylan Hunt carries the responsibility of rebuilding the Commonwealth. Beka Valentine keeps her crew together, and Harper works tirelessly on one technical problem after another. Trance approaches the world around her with an almost childlike curiosity. She smiles often. She asks unusual questions. And even in difficult situations, she seems to possess a remarkable sense of calm. Because of this, many of the other characters initially underestimate her. Yet behind that gentle and seemingly innocent nature lies one of the greatest mysteries in the entire series. When Trance first appears aboard the Andromeda Ascendant, she claims to belong to a species described as a Nietzschean solar avatar, later more broadly referred to as the solar avatars. The explanation is as mysterious as it is incomplete. For a long time, the series deliberately refuses to reveal exactly where Trance comes from. Instead, it leaves small clues scattered throughout the story, suggesting that she knows far more than she is willing to tell the others. From the beginning, there are moments when Trance appears to sense events before they happen. Sometimes she makes remarks about the future. At other times, she reacts to developments despite seemingly having no way of knowing that they were about to occur. At first, the rest of the crew simply attributes this to her unusual personality. But as time passes, these moments become harder to dismiss. A different possibility begins to emerge. Perhaps Trance recognizes connections that remain invisible to everyone else. The series deliberately avoids giving a clear explanation for a long time. This is one of the more interesting narrative choices in Andromeda. While many mysteries in television are resolved after only a few episodes, Trance's true nature remains part of the larger story across several seasons. And as the mystery deepens, the way we perceive her begins to change. The seemingly naive young woman slowly becomes a figure whose words carry increasing significance. Her relationship with time is especially unusual. For Dylan Hunt, time moves in a straight line. There is a past, a present, and a future. Trance does not always seem to experience these boundaries in quite the same way. At several points, she suggests that different possibilities can exist alongside one another, that decisions may lead toward entirely different outcomes, and that certain events may have consequences far greater than those involved can yet understand. The series is deliberately moving into philosophical speculation here. These are not established scientific claims. They are part of the narrative concept that gives Trance an almost timeless perspective. Even her physical appearance changes as the story progresses. During the early seasons, she has purple skin and a distinctive tail. After a major event, she suddenly appears in a markedly different form. Her skin becomes golden. Her presence feels more serious, more mature, almost as though she has left part of her former identity behind. The series never provides a complete scientific explanation for this transformation. Instead, it functions largely as a symbol of a new stage in her development. Many viewers interpret the change as the moment when Trance begins to accept her true purpose. Later revelations eventually make it clear that Trance is not an ordinary biological being. She belongs to the solar avatars. These beings possess a unique relationship with stars themselves. They are not simply inhabitants of suns, nor are they merely exceptionally powerful extraterrestrials. The series suggests something much more profound. Solar avatars may, in some sense, embody the consciousness of stars. They observe the development of life. They witness the movement of history. And under certain circumstances, they may influence the fate of entire civilizations. Exactly how such beings exist remains deliberately unexplained. The writers never provide a complete theory. Instead, several interpretations emerge. One common interpretation sees the solar avatars as personifications of natural forces. Others understand them as cosmic beings that exist beyond ordinary concepts of space and time. And some view them as guardians of a kind of balance between the great powers of the galaxy. All of these interpretations can coexist with what the series shows, without any one of them being explicitly confirmed. That openness is part of what makes Trance so fascinating. For Dylan Hunt, however, she initially has a much more practical role. She is a member of the crew. She supports her friends, and she remains beside them even in the most dangerous situations. Again and again, it becomes clear that she possesses abilities far beyond those of ordinary humans. She can heal injuries. She survives events that would kill others. And she possesses knowledge whose origins often remain hidden. Yet she uses these abilities with remarkable restraint. Trance rarely solves problems simply by revealing the full extent of what she is. Instead, she often tries to guide the people around her toward making the right decision themselves. This is what separates her from the traditional, all-knowing character. She does not remove responsibility from those around her. She simply accompanies them. In some ways, her role recalls figures from ancient mythology. Across many cultures, there are stories of beings who do not give heroes a path to follow, but instead offer hints or fragments of knowledge. The final decision remains with the individual. Trance follows a similar pattern. She often knows more than she says, yet she deliberately chooses not to reveal every possible development. For a long time, the reason remains unclear. Only later does it become apparent that knowledge of the future can itself have consequences. Someone who knows exactly what will happen may alter the very events they were meant to witness. In this way, Andromeda touches upon a philosophical question that has occupied thinkers for centuries. Does the future already exist, or is it created through our choices? The series deliberately refuses to provide a final answer. Instead, Trance embodies the possibility that the future may be neither completely predetermined nor entirely without structure. Perhaps some paths are simply more likely than others. Perhaps individual choices can alter the course of history. And perhaps even the universe sometimes needs someone capable of offering the right impulse at precisely the right moment. This is what makes Trance one of the most mysterious figures in the entire series. She rarely fights at the front of the battle. She almost never needs to raise her voice. And yet, her mere presence changes the course of countless events. Dylan Hunt could be called the heart of the story, Rommie, its memory, Harper, its inventive spirit, Beka, its practical wisdom, Rev Bem, its conscience, Tyre, its constant doubt. But Trance represents something different. The possibility that, even within a universe shaped by chaos, conflict, and chance, there may still be a deeper meaning waiting quietly beneath it all. Among all the peoples encountered by the crew of the Andromeda Ascendant, few inspire such immediate fear as the Magog. Their name alone is sometimes enough to send entire colonies into a state of alarm. Merchants change their routes, settlements strengthen their defenses. Some worlds are abandoned altogether when rumors spread that a Magog swarm has been sighted nearby. This fear is not based on prejudice alone. It is rooted in the experiences of countless generations. The Magog differ from most intelligent species in the galaxy not only in appearance, but above all in the way they live and reproduce. Their biology turns other living beings into unwilling hosts. Female Magog implant their larvae inside the bodies of other creatures. There, the young develop until they eventually kill the host and emerge from its body. For almost any other species, such a fate would rank among the most horrifying imaginable. It is therefore hardly surprising that the Magog are rarely regarded as ordinary enemies. They are seen as an existential threat. Unlike political conflicts, where negotiation may at least be possible, peaceful coexistence with the Magog appears almost unimaginable. And yet Andromeda avoids presenting them as something entirely simple. The series repeatedly shows the devastating consequences of Magog attacks, while at the same time suggesting that the species itself is not completely uniform. Rev Bem is the clearest example. His existence demonstrates that even within a species whose biological nature appears so terrifying, individual choices remain possible. That gives the Magog a greater depth than they might otherwise possess. Not every Magog behaves in exactly the same way, but the social structures of their civilization encourage a way of life that inevitably brings them into conflict with the interests of almost every other species. The series reveals comparatively little about their earliest history. Rather than providing a complete chronicle of their origins, it builds our understanding of them through scattered encounters, stories, and fragments of historical information. As a result, the Magog can sometimes feel almost like a force of nature. They appear suddenly. They leave devastation behind. And then, just as quickly, they may disappear again. That uncertainty only strengthens the sense of danger surrounding them. Their enormous numbers make the threat even greater. Again and again, it becomes clear that the Magog are not merely a handful of isolated colonies or small fleets. Their population extends across vast regions of the galaxy. and that makes every military victory against them temporary. A battle may be won, but the danger itself remains. There is another reason the Magog are so formidable. They possess technology and spacecraft of their own, yet much of their strength comes from sheer numbers. Where other civilizations rely upon carefully trained crews and limited military forces, the Magog can overwhelm their enemies through overwhelming numbers. Their tactics sometimes resemble the behavior of biological swarms in nature. The individual is not what matters most. The collective is. For the inhabitants of the galaxy, this can blur the distinction between an intelligent enemy and a natural disaster. Those who survive a Magog attack rarely remember the finer details of strategy. They remember chaos, they remember running, and they remember trying to get as many people as possible to safety. Another important element of their story is their connection to a mysterious power known as the Abyss. From relatively early in the series, it is suggested that many Magog do not merely worship the Abyss, but serve it with a devotion that reaches far beyond ordinary political loyalty. To them, the Abyss represents a spiritual and religious authority. Its true nature remains hidden for some time. Only much later does the series gradually reveal what the Abyss actually represents. For now, it is enough to understand that the Abyss greatly increases the influence of the Magog and places many of their actions within a much larger context. Without that connection, a number of the series' later events would be difficult to understand. For this reason, the Magog should not be viewed solely as a biological threat. They possess culture, religion, traditions of their own, and a particular understanding of the place they occupy within the universe. These elements appear less often than their attacks, but they give their civilization another layer of complexity. For Dylan Hunt, the Magog represent a particularly difficult challenge. As an officer of the Commonwealth, he is accustomed to seeking peaceful solutions whenever possible. With the Magog, that approach repeatedly reaches its limits, not because Dylan lacks compassion, but because many Magog attacks are not driven by political demands that can simply be negotiated away. They arise from a way of life that directly conflicts with the existence of other species. That is why dealing with the Magog forces Dylan into some of the most difficult decisions of his life. Again and again, he faces the same question. How far can compassion extend when innocent lives are at risk? The series offers no easy answer. Instead, it shows how difficult morality becomes when every available choice carries the possibility of suffering. Rev Bem continually represents the hope that even deeply rooted patterns can be overcome. His presence reminds the crew that origin alone can never determine the worth of an individual. At the same time, the series never hides how extraordinary his path truly is. Rev Bem is not the rule. He is the exception. And perhaps that is precisely why his story matters so much. He demonstrates that change can remain possible even where change appears almost impossible. Throughout the 5 seasons, the crew encounters the Magog again and again, sometimes as enemies, sometimes as victims of larger forces, and occasionally as beings whose fate turns out to be far more closely connected to the future of the entire galaxy than anyone initially realizes. In this way, the Magog fulfill two roles within Andromeda. On one level, they represent an immediate danger threatening the lives of countless worlds. On another, they repeatedly force the characters to ask whether even the most hopeless conflict can still leave room for compassion. That tension makes them far more than simple antagonists. They become a mirror for some of the most difficult decisions Dylan Hunt and his crew will ever face. Because sometimes the true character of a person is not revealed by the way they treat their friends. It is revealed by the way they treat an enemy whom the entire galaxy has learned to fear. As the journey of the Andromeda Ascendant continues, it gradually becomes clear that the Magog do not always act entirely on their own. Behind many of their movements lies a power that is initially mentioned only in fragments. Some Magog speak of a presence that guides them. Others refer to it as their creator, their master, or even their destiny. This power is known as the Abyss. Even the name suggests something deep and impossible to comprehend. The series takes its time revealing what the Abyss truly is. For much of the story, it remains uncertain whether it is an individual, an artificial intelligence, or something belonging to an entirely different form of life. That uncertainty gives the Abyss much of its distinctive presence. He does not appear like an ordinary enemy. He is rarely physically present. Instead, his influence seems to reach across great distances. He speaks through others, he shapes decisions, and he guides developments whose true connections may only become visible much later. Gradually, it becomes clear that the Abyss is far more than a political leader of the Magog. He is an ancient intelligence. His existence reaches deep into the history of the galaxy, long before the events experienced by Dylan Hunt. Yet the series provides only limited certainty about his true origin. Much remains deliberately mysterious. What can be established within the story is that the Abyss is closely connected to the Magog and possesses extraordinary influence over them. How that relationship originally came into existence, however, remains partly unresolved. Some characters suggest that the Abyss played a decisive role in shaping the development of the Magog. Others suspect that their connection is far older, reaching back into an era about which even the surviving historical records reveal very little. Here, the series deliberately distinguishes between what is known and what is merely interpreted. The existence of the Abyss is a fact. His influence over many Magog is a fact as well. His precise origins, however, remain open to interpretation. And that restraint gives the character much of his power. Not everything is explained. Some things remain in darkness. The Abyss also differs physically from the Magog. He does not possess one fixed appearance that remains unchanged throughout the story. Instead, he can appear in different forms and seems capable of perceiving his surroundings in ways that go far beyond ordinary human understanding. Yet his greatest strength does not come from physical force. It comes from his ability to influence other beings. The Abyss understands fear. He recognizes doubt. And he knows how to turn existing conflicts toward his own purposes. He rarely needs to force someone directly into action. Instead, he encourages others to make decisions that ultimately serve his plans. This makes him less like a conventional military commander and more like a patient strategist. He does not think in days or months. He thinks in centuries, perhaps in spans of time even greater than that. And this is where he differs most clearly from Dylan Hunt. Dylan seeks to build trust. The abyss exploits distrust. Dylan believes cooperation can create civilization. The abyss appears to regard conflict as the natural condition of the universe. These two worldviews repeatedly come into opposition throughout the series. It is therefore not simply a conflict between two individuals. It is a conflict between two different ideas of how life itself works. The abyss sees many living beings primarily as instruments. Their hopes, fears, and desires are useful only insofar as they serve a greater purpose. He does not view events through the individual lives affected by them. He sees them as pieces within a much larger design. Because of this, he can appear almost emotionless to those who encounter him. And yet, he possesses a personality of his own. He is patient, calculating, and completely convinced that his actions are justified. That conviction is part of what makes him so dangerous. He is not driven simply by a desire to destroy. He believes there is a reason for what he does. The series therefore avoids turning him into a simple, one-dimensional villain. Instead, the abyss becomes an intelligence whose values differ so fundamentally from those of most other civilizations that genuine understanding between them seems almost impossible. His relationship with the Magog is also more complicated than it first appears. Many Magog worship him with something approaching religious devotion. Others follow him because they genuinely believe in his cause. Whether the abyss truly returns that loyalty, however, remains uncertain. Again and again, the impression arises that individual Magog are ultimately replaceable to him. The individual does not matter. The continuation of the plan does. For Dylan Hunt, recognizing this creates an important shift in perspective. At the beginning of the series, he sees the Magog primarily as the greatest threat facing the galaxy. Over time, however, he begins to understand that many of the events around him have a deeper cause. Not every attack is accidental. Not every crisis emerges on its own. Again and again, the trail leads back to the abyss. This also changes the way the Magog are perceived. They remain dangerous, but they increasingly appear to be part of something larger. That development gives the story another layer of depth. Individual threats slowly become pieces of a much greater picture, revealing the political and philosophical forces shaping the fate of the galaxy. The abyss represents an idea that appears throughout many stories. Power does not always come from weapons. Sometimes it comes from the ability to influence what other beings believe. Someone who destroys trust between people may need far less physical force to bring down a great civilization. Perhaps this is what makes the abyss one of the most dangerous forces in Andromeda. Not because he commands the largest fleet, not because he is the strongest warrior, but because he understands how easily fear can be turned against hope, and because he knows that even the most powerful civilization can collapse once its people begin to distrust one another. In this way, the abyss gradually becomes the opposite of the Commonwealth. Where the Commonwealth depends upon cooperation, the abyss depends upon division. Where Dylan Hunt tries to build bridges, the abyss searches for cracks. And perhaps that is his greatest influence upon the history of the galaxy, not in the wars he wages, but in the doubts he plants. When Captain Dylan Hunt speaks of the Commonwealth, he usually thinks of the political order he himself experienced, the fleet, Tarn Vedra, and the countless worlds that were once connected beneath a common alliance. But as the journey of the Andromeda Ascendant continues, it becomes increasingly clear that even the Commonwealth did not appear from nothing. Long before Dylan Hunt was born, another people had already laid the foundations for that civilization. They were the Vedrans. In the historical records, they are remembered as the founders of the system's Commonwealth. Over many thousands of years, they shaped the political, scientific, and cultural development of large parts of the known galaxy. Even 3 centuries after the fall of the Commonwealth, the crew continues to encounter traces of their legacy: ancient space stations, forgotten technologies, and archives that have survived long after the civilization that created them disappeared. What is particularly striking is that the series rarely shows the Vedrans themselves. More often, the characters encounter what they left behind, and that creates a distinctive atmosphere. The Vedrans begin to feel almost like an ancient civilization whose influence can still be sensed, even though its own age has long since passed. Relatively little is revealed about their origins. The series suggests that they developed over an extraordinarily long period and began establishing relationships with numerous other species at an early stage. Unlike many empires throughout history, they apparently did not seek to expand their influence primarily through conquest. Instead, their reputation seems to have been built upon cooperation, diplomacy, science, and the exchange of knowledge between different peoples. These principles would later become the foundation of the Commonwealth. Many of the political structures Dylan Hunt takes for granted can ultimately be traced back to Vedran ideas. The belief that different cultures can preserve their own identities while still becoming part of a larger community did not begin in Dylan's lifetime. Its roots reach back thousands of years before him. The Vedrans were also technologically far ahead of many of the civilizations around them. Again and again, the crew encounters facilities whose workings are difficult even for Harper to understand. Some systems continue functioning almost perfectly after centuries. Others respond only to ancient Vedran security protocols or specific genetic markers. The impression is that the Vedrans created a civilization whose scientific achievements even the later Commonwealth could not entirely surpass. Perhaps most remarkable is the way they treated knowledge. Many of their facilities were not built for military purposes. They preserved archives, star maps, historical records, scientific discoveries. This suggests that the Vedrans placed enormous value on preserving experience across generations. Perhaps they understood that a civilization can survive only as long as it remembers its own history. That idea runs quietly through much of Andromeda. Again and again, The series demonstrates how dangerous it can be when knowledge disappears. After the fall of the Commonwealth, countless technological methods are lost. Political relationships are forgotten. Even major historical events survive only in fragments. The Vedrans seem, at least in some respects, to have anticipated this possibility. There are moments when their facilities appear deliberately designed to endure across immense periods of time. Whether this was truly intentional or simply the result of their extraordinary technology remains uncertain. The series never provides a definitive answer. The Vedrans are also connected to one of the greatest mysteries in the entire universe. Because although traces of their influence remain almost everywhere, the Vedrans themselves eventually disappear from history. Exactly how this happened is never fully explained. Some clues suggest that their decline was gradual. Others point toward profound crises within their own society. There are even theories that external threats may have played an important role. But Andromeda never confirms one explanation completely. And once again, that uncertainty gives the Vedrans their mysterious quality. They resemble the great civilizations of human history whose monuments survive, while the details of their daily lives and motivations have been lost and can now only be reconstructed from fragments. For Dylan Hunt, however, the Vedrans have a very personal significance. Without them, there would never have been a Commonwealth. The ideals he fights to restore did not begin with him. They existed long before his own lifetime. Dylan is simply one link in a much longer chain. That realization changes the meaning of his mission. Rebuilding the Commonwealth does not simply mean returning to a political system that once existed. It means continuing a development that began thousands of years before him. Trance Gemini also shows a curious interest in the remains of the Vedran civilization. Her reactions occasionally suggest that she knows more about them than she initially reveals. As so often happens with Trance, the series does not immediately explain these hints. Instead, small connections begin to form between the great mysteries of the story, gradually becoming part of a much larger picture. For Harper, Vedran technology is something else entirely, a source of endless curiosity. He repeatedly tries to understand how their systems work. Sometimes he succeeds. Often he has to accept that there is still a considerable distance between the knowledge of his own age and that of the Vedrans. Those moments serve as a quiet reminder that technological progress is not always a straight line. Even highly advanced civilizations can lose knowledge. A later age does not automatically become more capable than the one that came before it. Human history offers countless examples. Libraries disappear, languages die, techniques are forgotten, and centuries later, someone discovers them again. Andromeda takes this familiar idea and expands it to the scale of an entire galaxy. The Vedrans therefore become more than simply the founders of an ancient stellar civilization. They become a symbol of the galaxy's cultural memory. Perhaps that is where their greatest importance lies. Not in their ships, not in their weapons, not even in the extraordinary sophistication of their science, but in the realization that every civilization is built upon the experiences of those who came before. Dylan Hunt fights for the future, but the Vedrans remind him that the future can never truly exist without the past. And as long as their remnants continue to drift among the stars, a part of their story remains alive. When Dylan Hunt finally frees the Andromeda Ascendant from her centuries-long imprisonment, he has his ship again. But he is still a long way from having a crew. The thousands of men and women who once served aboard the vessel have been gone for centuries. What remains is a small group of people who have come together almost by accident, each of them originally pursuing an entirely different goal. And that is what makes the first months after the Andromeda returns to the galaxy so fascinating. None of them came aboard intending to rebuild the Commonwealth. Beka Valentine wanted to recover a valuable derelict. Harper was drawn by the technology and the possibilities it represented. Rev Bem was looking for a place where he could live according to his beliefs. Anasazi saw an opportunity to improve his own position. Rommie had already been part of the ship, and Dylan himself was still struggling to understand that the entire world he had known was gone. From these completely different beginnings, something unexpected slowly takes shape. A crew, not through a formal oath, not through military obligation, but through shared experience. From the very beginning, it becomes clear that life aboard the Andromeda is fundamentally different from service in the old Commonwealth fleet. Dylan is the captain, but his new companions are not trained officers who spent years together in the same academies. They come from entirely different worlds. Beka commands her own ship and is accustomed to making her own decisions. Harper has little experience with military hierarchies. Tia recognizes authority only when he believes it has earned his respect. Rev Bem follows his conscience above almost everything else. And Rommie occupies a position unlike anyone else. She is an officer, she is the ship, and in many ways, she is the home of the entire crew. Naturally, this creates tension. Dylan has to learn that orders alone are no longer enough. His new crew does not remain beside him because regulations tell them to. They stay because little by little, they choose to believe in the same destination. That process takes time. There are disagreements. Beka openly challenges Dylan when she believes his plans are too dangerous. Harper experiments with technology even when caution might be wiser. Tyre occasionally pursues his own interests without telling the others. And even Reverend Bem, usually the calmest presence aboard the ship, sometimes holds views that differ sharply from Dylan's. These differences are precisely what make the group feel real. They are not people who begin with the same values. They have to learn how to trust one another. Dylan's leadership style becomes especially important in this process. During the Commonwealth era, he was accustomed to clearly defined chains of command. On the Andromeda, those structures can no longer function in quite the same way. Dylan can still give orders, but if the people around him do not believe in those decisions, he cannot simply command their loyalty into existence. So he increasingly begins to explain his reasoning. He listens, he discusses, and sometimes he changes his mind. That is how his influence grows, not because he becomes more authoritarian, but because his crew realizes that their voices matter. The relationships among the other members also begin to deepen. Harper and Beka already know one another before the Andromeda is recovered, but working together aboard the larger ship gradually changes their relationship. What began as a practical partnership becomes a friendship built upon trust. Harper admires Beka's skill as a pilot. Beka, in turn, comes to understand just how indispensable Harper's technical abilities have become. Rev Bem and Rommie also share some particularly interesting conversations. At first glance, their worlds could hardly be more different. One is a Magog searching for inner peace. The other is an artificial intelligence trying to understand what emotions actually mean. And yet they approach one another with remarkable openness. Rev Bem never judges Rommie simply because she is artificial. Rommie, in turn, does not see Rev Bem merely as the feared Magog. She sees the individual he has chosen to become. These encounters belong among the quieter moments of the series. They show that friendship can sometimes begin precisely where prejudice ends. Even Tyr, despite his difficult nature, does not remain entirely outside the growing community. Again and again, the crew finds itself relying upon his abilities, his combat experience, his strategic thinking, and his knowledge of the Nietzscheans. All of these qualities prove valuable. At the same time, a certain uncertainty never completely disappears. No one knows exactly how far Tyr would be willing to go if his own interests were placed at risk. That tension remains, and it is part of what makes his presence so compelling. Yet with every mission they undertake together, something begins to change. Shared experiences create memories. Danger creates trust. And individual personalities slowly become a community. Not every conflict is resolved. Not every disagreement disappears. But the crew begins to understand that their differences can also be their greatest strength. Dylan has the vision. Beka understands the new galaxy. Harper understands technology better than almost anyone. Rev Bem provides a moral compass. Rommie connects the past with the future, and Tyr recognizes dangers long before they become obvious. Together, these qualities create something none of them could have built alone. Perhaps that is one of the quietest and most beautiful ideas within Andromeda. The Commonwealth was never merely a government. It was also the belief that different peoples could work together even when they thought differently, lived differently, and approached the universe in completely different ways. The small crew of the Andromeda becomes a reflection of that very idea. Humans, Nietzscheans, a Magog, an artificial intelligence, and eventually many other individuals from across the galaxy. Each brings a different history, different doubts, different hopes. They do not grow closer because they become alike. They grow closer because they slowly learn that another person's differences do not have to be an obstacle. And with every journey, every decision, and every crisis they survive together, the Andromeda Ascendant becomes more and more like the ship she once was. Not simply a warship, but a place where beings from across the galaxy can stand together and believe that a better future might still be possible. Perhaps that is where the true rebuilding of the Commonwealth begins. Not in parliaments, not in capitals, but on the bridge of a single ship, where a handful of very different people slowly learn to trust one another. Once the first members of the crew have slowly begun to find their place together, Dylan Hunt turns his attention once more toward the goal that has followed him ever since he awakened. For Dylan, it is not enough to travel the galaxy aboard the Andromeda Ascendant, helping individual worlds whenever they encounter trouble. His mission is far greater. He wants to rebuild the Commonwealth. At first glance, the task seems almost impossible. 300 years have passed. Political borders have been completely transformed. Many star systems have spent generations fighting their own wars. Others have grown accustomed to independence and see little reason to become part of a larger community again. Some worlds barely remember the Commonwealth at all. Others know it only through legends or incomplete historical records. To many inhabitants of the galaxy, Dylan therefore appears to be a man trying to bring back a past that disappeared centuries ago. But that is not quite what he intends to do. Dylan does not want to turn history backward. He understands that the old order cannot simply be restored. Too much has changed. Too many generations have passed. Too many new cultures and centers of power have emerged. Instead, he pursues a different idea. He wants to bring the original values of the Commonwealth back to life. Voluntary cooperation, shared security, free exchange between different peoples, and the belief that lasting peace can accomplish more than endless war. That distinction is essential. Again and again, Dylan encounters people who believe he is trying to recreate an old empire. He rejects that interpretation. At least in its own ideals, the Commonwealth was never supposed to be a system that simply imposed its will upon other worlds. It was an alliance, or at least that was what it aspired to be. Whether those ideals were always fully achieved in the past is another matter. The series repeatedly suggests that the Commonwealth had its failures. Some worlds felt ignored. Others objected to political decisions or to the growing influence of the central government. The Commonwealth is therefore never presented as a perfect paradise. And that makes the story feel more believable. Dylan is not fighting for a flawless past. He is fighting for the possibility of a better future. His first steps are relatively small. He visits individual worlds. He speaks with local governments. He helps threatened colonies. He supports trading partners. And often, these actions create new alliances. Not because Dylan forces people to accept his vision, but because they experience for themselves that cooperation can bring real advantages. It is a slow process, almost like learning to trust again. Dylan does not demand obedience. He offers assistance. Sometimes worlds reject it. Sometimes they accept. And sometimes their opinions change only after a great deal of time. This patience separates him from many other political leaders. He does not try to force immediate results. He thinks in decades, perhaps even in generations. The Andromeda Ascendant itself becomes an important symbol in this process. Wherever the ship appears, it reminds historians and archivists of the Commonwealth that was lost. Many recognize the distinctive silhouette of a glorious heritage-class vessel immediately. For some, seeing the Andromeda again is almost impossible to believe. For others, Her return feels like a sign that history is not quite finished yet. Dylan consciously uses that symbolism not to intimidate people, but to inspire them. The Andromeda represents an age when trade, science, and cooperation connected much of the galaxy. Sometimes her mere presence is enough to open conversations that previously seemed impossible. Of course, Dylan's plan also encounters resistance. Some rulers benefit from the existing fragmentation. Pirates and mercenaries make their living from unstable trade routes. Local powers have no desire to surrender their independence, and some former Commonwealth worlds simply distrust centralized governments on principle. Dylan therefore faces more than obvious enemies. Often, he encounters people who have perfectly understandable reasons for rejecting his vision. This is another strength of the series. Its conflicts rarely exist only between good and evil. More often, they arise from completely different experiences. Someone who has lived for 3 centuries without stable political order will inevitably have a different understanding of security than someone who grew up during the height of the Commonwealth. Those differences repeatedly lead to difficult conversations. Beka Valentine becomes especially important here. She understands both sides. She knows Dylan's ideals, but she also understands from personal experience why so many people are skeptical of them. Again and again, she can bridge the distance between those perspectives. Harper contributes to the rebuilding effort in his own way. He repairs and reconstructs Commonwealth technology that has been lost on many worlds. That creates practical benefits, new sources of energy, improved communication systems, safer methods of space travel. Sometimes technological assistance convinces people more effectively than any political speech could. Rev Bem, meanwhile, repeatedly reminds the crew that a new Commonwealth cannot be built through treaties alone. A community also requires trust, forgiveness, and the willingness to stop seeing former enemies as enemies forever. That idea becomes increasingly important as the story progresses. Many worlds have suffered deeply during the centuries that followed the fall of the Commonwealth. Not every wound can be healed simply by signing a new alliance. Dylan therefore has to learn that rebuilding takes time, a great deal of time, perhaps more time than a single human life can contain. And yet, he never abandons his goal. That may be the true strength of his character. He does not fight because success is guaranteed. He fights because he believes that some goals are worth pursuing even when their outcome remains uncertain. Perhaps this describes the Commonwealth better than any political definition could. It is less a state than an idea. The hope that very different peoples can accomplish more when they choose to see one another not as rivals, but as partners. Whether that hope can ever be fully realized remains uncertain throughout the series. But with every world Dylan visits, with every new person who joins his crew, and with every small step toward cooperation, something new begins to take shape. Not a copy of the past, but the beginning of a future that remembers where it came from without allowing the past to hold it back. Once the crew has found its footing and Dylan Hunt has committed himself to rebuilding the Commonwealth, the true journey of the Andromeda Ascendant begins. The first season is far more than simply the opening chapter of the series. It establishes the foundations for almost everything that follows. Many of the characters meet for the first time. Old hostilities resurface, while unexpected alliances begin to form. And with every new world they visit, the crew gradually discovers just how deeply the galaxy is still scarred by the collapse of the Commonwealth. The early episodes do not follow a single continuous storyline. Instead, the Andromeda travels from world to world, encountering an extraordinary variety of cultures and societies. Each of these encounters reveals another piece of the new galaxy. Some planets have developed small democracies. Others are ruled by military governments or powerful families. And some struggle simply to survive, with barely any functioning institutions left. Through these journeys, the scale of the universe slowly becomes clear. The galaxy is not defined only by its great powers. It is made up of countless smaller stories, colonies, trading stations, border worlds, and ordinary people trying to find their place in an uncertain age. For Dylan Hunt, every one of these worlds matters. He does not arrive as a conqueror. He does not demand that they immediately join a new commonwealth. Instead, he listens. He tries to understand the problems these people face and why they are often so skeptical of the idea of a shared future. Not every mission ends successfully. Again and again, the crew discovers that good intentions are not enough. Some conflicts have existed for generations. Others began with misunderstandings that have been repeated so often that they have become accepted truths. Sometimes diplomacy succeeds. In other cases, the crew can do little more than prevent something even worse from happening. This restraint is one of the strengths of the first season. Not every story ends in complete victory. Sometimes progress simply means preventing another escalation. As these missions continue, the members of the crew also begin to understand one another more deeply. Beka Valentine gradually realizes that Dylan's idealism is not born from naivety. There is a carefully considered purpose behind his decisions, even when that purpose is not immediately apparent. Harper grows with every technical challenge. The systems of the Andromeda become increasingly familiar to him, while his own ideas begin to go far beyond simple repairs. Rommie continues to develop her personality. The more often she interacts directly with other people, the clearer it becomes that her decisions can no longer be explained entirely through calculations. Rev Bem increasingly becomes a mediator within the group. His calm presence helps the others maintain their perspective, even when tensions rise. And then there is Anasazi, perhaps the greatest unanswered question aboard the ship. Again and again, he proves his value. And just as often, he makes it clear that his personal goals do not entirely coincide with those of the rest of the crew. That uncertainty gives many of the conversations aboard the Andromeda an unusual tension. No one knows exactly how far Tyr would go if the moment truly demanded it. Perhaps Tyr does not know himself. Another important element of the first season is the gradual rediscovery of old Commonwealth technology. Again and again, the crew encounters abandoned space stations, forgotten weapons caches, or automated facilities that have been waiting for new commands for centuries. For Harper, these discoveries are like a scientific treasure hunt. For Dylan, they are fragments of the home he lost. And for many inhabitants of the galaxy, they offer a connection to a past that has almost completely disappeared from living memory. At the same time, it becomes increasingly clear that other powers are searching for these remnants as well. Not everyone wants to rebuild the Commonwealth. Some simply want to use its forgotten technology for their own purposes. A race for knowledge therefore begins to emerge, accompanying many of the season's stories. Alongside these political developments, the deeper mysteries of the series also begin to take shape. Trance Gemini continues to behave in ways that raise questions. She seems to anticipate events. She knows things she should have no way of knowing. And sometimes she speaks about connections that even Dylan Hunt finds surprising. The series deliberately refuses to explain these mysteries too quickly. Instead, a growing sense emerges that forces far greater than the conflicts visible on the surface are already at work. The abyss also begins to move further into the background of the story. His influence over the Magog becomes increasingly apparent. At the same time, Dylan slowly realizes that rebuilding the Commonwealth will create more than political opposition. There are powers whose interests stand fundamentally opposed to his vision. With every episode, the journey of the Andromeda therefore begins to feel like part of something much larger. Not merely individual planets, not merely regional alliances, but the future of the entire galaxy may gradually be coming into question. And yet, despite these enormous developments, the first season never loses sight of its characters. Again and again, it makes room for quiet conversations on the bridge, for memories of the past, for small moments of humor, or simply for scenes in which the crew shares the ordinary rhythm of life aboard their ship. These quieter moments give the series much of its distinctive atmosphere. They remind us that even the greatest events in history are ultimately carried by individuals, by their hopes, their doubts, and their willingness to trust one another. By the end of the first season, the Commonwealth is still far from restored. The Andromeda Ascendant remains only one ship in a fragmented galaxy. But something has changed. A group of strangers has become a genuine crew. A lost mission has become a shared purpose. And a memory from the distant past has begun, slowly, to grow into a possible future. Perhaps that is the most important lesson of this first journey. Great changes rarely begin with enormous battles. More often, they begin with a handful of people who, despite all their differences, choose to walk the same path. When the second season begins, the Andromeda Ascendant has already made a name for itself. It is still only a single ship, but more and more worlds have begun to hear of its return. Rumors travel along the trade routes. Some speak of the last warship of the Commonwealth. Others tell stories of a captain who returned after 3 centuries, determined to rebuild an order that disappeared long ago. Not everyone believes the stories, but more and more people are beginning to listen. And this marks an important change from the first season. Dylan Hunt no longer has to explain who he is. The real question now is whether his vision can actually have a future. During the first season, the focus was largely on discovering the new galaxy. Now the political consequences of Dylan's actions begin to take center stage. Every new ally changes the balance of power between the star systems. Every successful mission attracts more attention. Friends begin to see new possibilities, while enemies increasingly recognize the captain of the Andromeda as a serious threat. Within the crew, the relationships continue to change as well. Beka Valentine begins taking on more responsibility without waiting for Dylan to ask. Where she once cared primarily about protecting her own crew, she now slowly begins to believe in the idea of a new Commonwealth herself. The change is gradual. Beka remains the same pragmatic pilot she has always been. She still challenges Dylan whenever she believes his plans are unrealistic. But she no longer does so as an outsider. She argues with him as someone who has begun to share the same destination. Harper continues to grow as well. With every new mission, his knowledge of Commonwealth technology expands. At the same time, his inventions begin to take on greater importance. He is no longer simply the ship's mechanic. He is becoming one of its most important scientists, and his confidence grows with his abilities. The young survivor, who once relied mainly on improvisation, slowly becomes a man whose skills are respected even by experienced officers. Rommie undergoes a remarkable development of her own. The longer she inhabits her android body, the more naturally she moves among biological beings. Some situations make her reconsider the assumptions she once relied upon, particularly when she discovers that purely logical decisions do not always lead to the best outcomes. She begins to understand that trust can sometimes matter more than calculation, that compassion can influence a decision, and that even an artificial intelligence cannot predict every possible consequence. These changes make Rommie one of the most dynamic members of the crew. Rev Bem continues to serve as its moral conscience, but his own past repeatedly catches up with him. The fear many people feel toward the Magog does not simply disappear because Reverend Bem behaves with kindness. Again and again, he encounters prejudice. Again and again, he discovers that some people see the Magog first, and the individual who consciously rejected his species' violence only afterward. These experiences give his character another layer of depth. They show that forgiveness takes time, and that trust is often something earned through many shared experiences. Anasazi, meanwhile, remains just as difficult to predict as before. His loyalty appears to be growing stronger, yet his ambition has not disappeared. He watches carefully as the balance of power across the galaxy begins to change. And like any Nietzscheaner, he cannot help but wonder what place he himself might claim within this emerging order. That tension makes many of his decisions difficult to anticipate. At the same time, the second season greatly expands the view of the galaxy itself. More and more star systems come into focus. Former Commonwealth worlds are rediscovered. New political alliances emerge, and additional peoples become part of the story, with interests that do not always align with Dylan's vision. The universe begins to feel considerably larger. The Andromeda no longer seems like a single ship wandering from one adventure to another. It is slowly becoming the center of a growing political network. The mysterious elements of the story deepen as well. Trance Gemini once again behaves in ways that are difficult to explain. More and more often, she appears to sense events before they happen. Her hints become more specific, and yet she continues to avoid giving clear answers about where she truly comes from. This creates a particular kind of tension, not simply because the series wants to keep a secret hidden, but because Trance's knowledge seems to carry consequences far beyond the understanding of the rest of the crew. The abyss also becomes more visible. His plans begin to take clearer shape. His influence now reaches far beyond individual Magog attacks. Increasingly, it becomes apparent that the conflict between him and Dylan Hunt is not merely political. They represent fundamentally different visions of what the future of the galaxy should become. Dylan seeks to rebuild trust between its peoples. The abyss exploits the fears and conflicts that already divide them. These opposing visions give the second season a darker tone. Hope remains, but now it must withstand greater challenges. The idea of the Commonwealth also begins to change during this period. At the beginning of the series, it was primarily Dylan's personal dream. Now it is slowly beginning to inspire other people. Not everyone joins him. Not every world wants to follow the same path. But the idea that cooperation might once again be possible is no longer merely an idealistic fantasy. It is becoming a genuine possibility. Perhaps that is the real development of the second season. It is not simply the number of allies that grows. It is the belief that change itself is possible. The crew begins to understand that their goal is larger than any individual mission. They are not fighting only pirates, Magog, or political opponents. They are fighting the resignation of a galaxy that has spent centuries accepting mistrust as the natural order of things. And that is why every small act of cooperation matters far beyond the moment in which it occurs. With every world that chooses peace, with every old ally that returns, and with every person who begins to believe in the Commonwealth once again, the future changes a little, slowly, almost imperceptibly, but one step at a time. With the beginning of the third season, the character of the series changes noticeably. While the first two seasons focused largely on rebuilding, forming new alliances, and slowly creating a community, the story now turns more strongly toward the personal choices of its characters. The galaxy remains the same. Political tensions continue, but it becomes increasingly clear that the future is not determined only by great fleets or powerful governments. The choices of individuals matter just as much. For that reason, the third season feels more personal than much of what came before. By now, the crew of the Andromeda Ascendant has become a genuine community. Strangers have become companions. Each member knows the strengths and weaknesses of the others, and because of that, conflicts now cut much deeper. If someone had turned against the group during the first few episodes of the series, it would hardly have been surprising. Now, such a decision would mean losing someone who had become part of the family. This change is especially important for Anasazi. Ever since his first appearance, he has carried an internal contradiction. On one side, his time with the crew has created genuine bonds. On the other, the desire for personal greatness remains an essential part of who he is. The third season brings this conflict to a point where Tyr must make a choice. Without giving away the details of individual episodes, it becomes clear that loyalty has never been something Tyr simply takes for granted. Again and again, he finds himself standing between two paths, his own ambition and the people with whom he has now shared a part of his life. Many viewers consider this one of the strongest storylines in the entire series, not because it comes without warning, but because it has been carefully prepared over many years. Looking back, it becomes clear that Tyr has always been this person. The series does not suddenly change his character. It simply follows his nature to its logical conclusion. Dylan Hunt also experiences an important transformation during this period. At the beginning, he still believed that almost every conflict could be resolved through patience and persuasion. The experiences of the previous years have made him more cautious, not more pessimistic, but more realistic. He increasingly understands that some enemies have no interest in compromise, and that leadership sometimes means making decisions for which there is no completely right answer. This development makes Dylan a more convincing character. His ideals remain, but his understanding of the world becomes more nuanced. He begins to accept that hope alone is not enough. Hope requires people who are willing to take responsibility. Beka Valentine continues to change as well. By now, she is no longer thinking only about the next job or the survival of her crew. She is beginning to take on political responsibility. More and more often, she represents Dylan's position when he is not present. Yet she remains true to her direct nature. She says openly what others would rather leave unsaid. And because of that honesty, her importance within the crew continues to grow. Harper, meanwhile, takes on some of his most demanding technical projects. His inventions become increasingly sophisticated, but with greater knowledge comes greater responsibility. Not every technological possibility should necessarily be used. This realization accompanies many of his decisions. The series thereby raises a timeless question. Just because something can be done, does that mean it should be done? Rommie experiences profound changes of her own during the third season. Her experiences as an android have continued to shape her. Increasingly, she no longer responds through logic alone. She develops intuition, or at least something remarkably close to what humans would call intuition. The boundary between artificial and biological personality therefore becomes increasingly difficult to define. The series still refuses to give a definitive answer about whether Rommie truly possesses emotions. But for her friends, the question is becoming less important. They already treat her as a full member of the crew. Trance Gemini also moves further into the center of the story. Many of her earlier hints begin to make more sense. Without completely revealing her greatest secrets, the series makes it increasingly clear that her connection to the events unfolding across the galaxy is far deeper than anyone initially suspected. Her role changes noticeably. The seemingly carefree companion gradually becomes a much more mysterious observer. Her decisions appear more deliberate. Her words carry greater weight. Sometimes she seems to know what consequences an action will bring before anyone else can see them. And yet she rarely intervenes directly. That restraint is precisely what makes her so mysterious. At the same time, the political conflict across the galaxy becomes more intense. The Commonwealth is slowly gaining supporters, but increasingly powerful opponents are gathering as well. Some fear losing their political independence. Others deliberately want to prevent the old order from returning. And still others pursue goals that extend far beyond ordinary political power. It becomes clear that rebuilding the Commonwealth can never be a straightforward process. Every advance creates new resistance. Every success changes the balance of power. That constant movement gives the third season much of its distinctive character. The story is no longer simply about building a new future. It is also about the price that change can demand. Perhaps most importantly, the series never treats its characters as merely heroes or villains. Almost everyone acts from motives that make sense to them. Even decisions that later lead to devastating consequences often arise from beliefs that seem perfectly logical from that character's own perspective. This complexity is one of the great strengths of Andromeda. It reminds us that history is rarely shaped by people who are simply good or simply evil. More often, it is created when different ideas of what is right, necessary, or worth protecting collide. By the end of the third season, the crew has changed profoundly. Some relationships have grown stronger, others have been tested severely. Some paths are beginning to diverge, and yet the heart of the story remains unchanged. The hope for a new Commonwealth is still alive, perhaps more strongly than ever. But by now, everyone aboard the Andromeda Ascendant understands that hope alone will never be enough. It requires courage, sacrifice, and sometimes the willingness to pay a very high personal price. That is what makes the third season a turning point, not only for the story, but for everyone who has found their place together on the bridge of the Andromeda. With the beginning of the fourth season, Andromeda enters a period that remains one of the most debated chapters of the entire series. While the first three seasons follow a relatively clear narrative arc, the story now begins to change, as does the way in which that story is told. Many viewers noticed this shift when the season first aired, and the reasons do not exist entirely within the story itself. Changes were also taking place behind the scenes, influencing the direction the series would take. Without that background, the fourth season is difficult to fully understand. During its early years, Andromeda was strongly shaped by the original ideas rooted in concepts associated with Gene Roddenberry, which were then developed further by the production team. Over time, however, creative responsibility shifted. New writers, producers, and differing ideas about the direction of the series gradually changed its tone. This is hardly unusual for a long-running television series. New ideas emerge, characters evolve, and at the same time, the expectations of audiences and television networks change. Andromeda was no exception. Within the story itself, this transformation becomes most visible in the way personal conflicts increasingly merge with larger, almost cosmic events. The rebuilding of the Commonwealth remains an important goal, but threats now appear whose origins reach far beyond ordinary political disputes. The story becomes larger, more complex, and, at times, more symbolic. For Dylan Hunt, This creates an entirely new challenge. During the first seasons, he was primarily fighting the consequences of a war that had already happened. Now he must begin to understand that some of the forces shaping the present existed long before the Commonwealth itself fell. The history of the galaxy is turning out to be far older and more complicated than even Dylan had imagined. Yet he never loses sight of his original purpose. He still tries to bring worlds together. He still believes that trust can be stronger than fear. And precisely because the events around him are becoming increasingly vast, that inner consistency becomes even more important. Beka Valentine continues to evolve as well. By now, no one aboard the Andromeda thinks of her simply as the pilot of the Eureka Maru. She has become one of the central pillars of the crew. Her decisions influence the outcome of many missions, and she remains the person willing to ask difficult questions when everyone else already seems convinced they have the answer. Again and again, this quality prevents the crew from making decisions too quickly. Harper reaches a point where his technical abilities almost seem routine, where every repair once felt like a small miracle. His friends now almost expect him to solve even the most difficult problems. But that expectation brings its own pressure. Increasingly, Harper finds himself facing situations in which even his extraordinary intellect cannot provide an easy solution. These moments reveal something important. Being a genius does not mean having an immediate answer to every question. Sometimes it means having the courage to keep searching when no answer is visible. Rommie continues along her own path of development. The longer she lives through her android body, the more difficult it becomes to separate artificial intelligence from personal experience. She accumulates memories that belong specifically to her, not to the Andromeda Ascendant, not simply to her databases, but to Rommie herself. This is one of the series' most interesting philosophical developments. It raises the question of whether identity is created simply from stored information, or whether it is shaped through experiences that are actually lived. Trance Gemini remains the most mysterious member of the crew. Her true nature is becoming easier to glimpse. But with every revelation, new questions appear. The more the crew learns about her, the larger the context surrounding her seems to become. It is increasingly apparent that Trance does not merely observe the events unfolding around her. She is herself part of a cosmic pattern whose significance reaches far beyond the immediate adventures of the Andromeda. And still, the series continues to reveal only fragments. Not every explanation arrives immediately. Some things remain deliberately unresolved. That uncertainty allows Trance to retain much of her mysterious nature. Another major turning point concerns Anasazi. Without unnecessarily revealing later developments, it is already clear that his story reaches a decisive stage during this period. His relationship with the crew changes profoundly. Questions of ambition, loyalty, and personal destiny move toward a critical point. Many viewers continue to regard this part of Tyr's story as one of the most emotionally powerful arcs in the entire series. At the same time, the fourth season is frequently discussed because its storytelling style differs from the earlier years. Some viewers appreciate the greater freedom of its narrative and its increasingly mythological elements. Others miss the quieter structure of the first seasons, when political developments and relationships within the crew occupied more of the foreground. Both perspectives continue to exist among the fan community. It is not really a question of one side being right and the other wrong. The series has simply shifted its focus. Someone who is most interested in the slow reconstruction of the Commonwealth may experience this change very differently from a viewer fascinated by the expanding cosmic mythology. And yet, despite all these changes, one idea remains. The Andromeda Ascendant is still a place where very different people come together in the hope of creating a better future. Not every mission succeeds. Not every loss can be prevented. But the belief that cooperation remains possible survives even this difficult period. Perhaps the fourth season demonstrates this more clearly than any before it. Hope does not mean being protected from setbacks. It means continuing forward despite them. And that is exactly what Dylan Hunt tries to do. The galaxy is changing. His crew is changing. Even the story itself seems to be moving in a new direction. But as long as the Andromeda Ascendant continues to travel between the stars, there remains the possibility that one day something resembling a shared future might rise again from the ruins of the past. When the fifth season begins, Andromeda has reached a point where almost everything has changed. Many of the storylines from previous years have reached their conclusions or moved in entirely new directions. Some familiar faces are gone. Others have taken on responsibilities that would once have seemed impossible. From the very beginning, it becomes clear that this season has a different character from those that came before. And the reason lies not only within the story. Behind the scenes, the production had changed considerably as well. The series entered its fifth season with a reduced budget, while its future had become increasingly uncertain. The writers, therefore, had to tell new stories while also preparing for the possibility that the series might soon come to an end. That uncertainty can be felt throughout the season. The storytelling becomes more concentrated. Some storylines move forward more quickly. Other ideas that might once have been given an entire season receive considerably less room to develop. And yet, the season still manages to introduce new characters and give the story a direction of its own. One of the most noticeable additions is Doyle. Following the events of the previous season, a new artificial intelligence is created and given an android body before joining the crew. At first glance, Doyle may seem reminiscent of Rommie. Both possess artificial consciousness. Both accompany Dylan Hunt, and both become important members of the crew. But the two are fundamentally different. Rommie has spent years connected to the Andromeda Ascendant. Her personality has been shaped by the experience of a vast warship that carried memories across centuries. Doyle begins her journey from a very different place. She possesses considerable abilities, but many of her experiences are still ahead of her. As a result, she often appears more curious, more immediate, and sometimes more impulsive. The series makes deliberate use of this contrast. Doyle is not simply a replacement for Rommie. She is her own person, with her own strengths and uncertainties. Dylan Hunt also finds himself in unfamiliar circumstances. By now, he has experienced countless setbacks. He has lost friends, gained allies, and learned again and again that rebuilding the Commonwealth will never be a simple or straightforward process. Yet he continues toward the same goal. That determination remains one of the strongest threads running through all 5 seasons. It makes Dylan a character who may appear to change less than the others, while nevertheless traveling an enormous distance within himself. He has learned to be more patient, more cautious, and at times more willing to compromise. But the principles at the heart of his character remain intact. During the 5th season, the crew travels into regions of the galaxy that have previously played little part in the story. New cultures, unfamiliar political arrangements, and further mysteries expand the universe once again. At the same time, many of the stories become more personal. The emphasis shifts somewhat away from building great alliances and toward the people themselves, their choices, their relationships, and their willingness to accept responsibility for one another. Another important development is the continued growth of the new Commonwealth. Slowly, it becomes clear that Dylan's years of effort have not been in vain. The galaxy is still far from possessing the stability it knew 3 centuries earlier. But more and more worlds are beginning to cooperate once again. The Commonwealth exists again, not in exactly the same form as before, not with the same power, but as a political idea, it has survived. This is one of the quieter, yet most significant achievements of the series. The rebuilding does not happen in a single triumphant moment. It emerges gradually, through countless small decisions, through trust, and through people willing to accept responsibility for one another. The final episodes of the series eventually take on a much more cosmic tone. As in the previous seasons, larger philosophical and almost mythological ideas increasingly come to the foreground. Questions about the origins of the universe, the nature of order and chaos, and the future of life itself become more prominent. The shift has always divided the audience. Some viewers appreciate the way the story expands beyond the political struggles of the earlier seasons. Others would have preferred the series to remain more focused on its political and personal themes. Both perspectives are understandable. What remains clear is that the writers attempted to give the story as large and meaningful an ending as possible. But another problem stood in their way. The series was cancelled after its 5th season. As a result, several storylines remained unresolved. Some characters would almost certainly have continued to develop. And a number of mysteries surrounding the universe were never completely explained. There were plans for additional seasons, according to accounts from people involved with the production. Exactly which stories those seasons would have told, however, can only be reconstructed to a limited degree. Some ideas remained little more than early concepts. Others were never developed publicly at all. And so Andromeda ends with a finale that brings several of its central themes to a close, while still leaving room for the imagination. Perhaps that openness is part of the reason fans continue to discuss possible continuations and alternate directions for the story. Looking back, the 5th season feels less like the absolute end of a story and more like a reminder that history itself is never truly finished. the Commonwealth will continue. New generations will carry its ideas forward. The galaxy will change. New conflicts will emerge. And other people will one day have to make the same kinds of choices Dylan Hunt once faced. Perhaps that is where the series finds its true conclusion, not in answering every question, but in passing hope from one generation to the next. When Dylan Hunt awakens 300 years after the fall of the Commonwealth, his mission appears impossible. By the end of his journey, that impossible dream has once again become a living possibility. Not perfect, not free from conflict, but alive. And so Andromeda does not end with the feeling that everything has finally been completed. It ends with the idea that every generation carries its own responsibility, and that even a single decision can change the course of an entire galaxy. To truly understand Andromeda, it is worth taking one final look behind the scenes at its origins. The series has an unusual history. Although it premiered in the year 2000, its true roots reach back much further. One name appears again and again: Gene Roddenberry. For many people, his name is inseparable from Star Trek. But throughout his life, Roddenberry worked on numerous other science fiction concepts that were never fully realized. One of them carried the working title Andromeda. As early as the 1970s, Roddenberry developed an idea that bears remarkable similarities to the television series that would eventually emerge decades later. At its center was a captain who awakens after a long absence in a future that has become almost unrecognizable. The civilization he once served no longer exists. Instead, he finds a galaxy shaped by chaos, war, and political struggle. Together with a small group of allies, he attempts to revive the ideals of the society that has fallen. Even this basic premise reveals how closely the finished series remains connected to Roddenberry's original vision. Many details would change over the decades, but the heart of the story would remain. One man loses the world he once knew, and yet chooses not to abandon the values that were best within it. After Gene Roddenberry's death in 1991, numerous notes, concepts, and unfinished ideas remained behind. His wife, Majel Barrett Roddenberry, herself well known for her many roles within Star Trek, later worked to bring some of those unrealized ideas to life. From that effort, Andromeda eventually emerged. The producers took Roddenberry's original concepts and transformed them into a modern television series. Many elements were expanded or created almost entirely anew. The artificial intelligence of the Andromeda Ascendant was given a much larger role. The Nietzscheans were developed into a distinct culture, and characters and storylines such as Trance Gemini, the Abyss, and many of the later developments emerged only during the actual production of the series. The result was an interesting mixture. The foundation came from Roddenberry's original vision, but much of the universe surrounding it was created by the writers of the television series. Perhaps this is also why Andromeda feels both familiar and entirely its own. Many of its central ideas echo Roddenberry's earlier work: the hope of cooperation, the belief in scientific progress, and the conviction that different cultures can learn from one another. At the same time, Andromeda has a considerably harsher atmosphere. Unlike the relatively stable political environments found in many Star Trek stories, Andromeda begins in a galaxy where those ideals have already failed. And that gives Dylan's journey a different meaning. He is not discovering a better future. He is trying to make such a future possible again. Many viewers see this as perhaps the greatest difference between the two universes. Star Trek often shows what a united humanity can achieve. Andromeda asks how such unity can be rebuilt after it has already fallen apart. This perspective gives the series a distinctly melancholic quality. It is less a story about a perfect future than a story about finding the courage to begin again after catastrophe. As production continued, however, the series gradually moved further away from Roddenberry's original concepts. New writers brought their own ideas. Characters developed in directions that had not necessarily been envisioned at the beginning. Some themes became increasingly important, while others faded into the background. This evolution is one of the reasons fans still debate which period of the series was its strongest. Some prefer the early seasons, when the rebuilding of the Commonwealth stood at the center of the story. Others are drawn to the later, more philosophical and cosmic storylines. Both perspectives have their place, because Andromeda undeniably changes throughout its 5 seasons. Perhaps that willingness to change is also part of its legacy. The series never remained completely still. It experimented. It reshaped its characters. It explored new ideas. Not every one of those ideas appealed to every viewer. Yet precisely because of that, the series continues to have a devoted audience. Looking back, one message remains especially important. Gene Roddenberry believed throughout his life that science fiction could be more than entertainment. It could ask questions about politics, about philosophy, about ethics, and about the future of humanity. Andromeda follows that same principle. Behind the battles between starships lies a quieter question. How can different beings learn to live together? Not beings who are alike, but beings shaped by entirely different cultures, beliefs, and experiences. Captain Dylan Hunt never answers that question through grand speeches. His answer lies in the choices he makes. Again and again, he chooses to trust people even when they might disappoint him. Again and again, he attempts to negotiate when violence would be easier. And again, he holds on to a hope that many others have already abandoned. Perhaps that is the true heart of Andromeda. Not the technology, not the starships, not even the great mysteries hidden among the stars, but the belief that even after an entire civilization has fallen, its best ideas can continue to live, as long as there are people willing to believe in them. And so the journey of the Andromeda Ascendant comes to an end, not as a story about the victory of a fleet, but as a story about the endurance of an idea that survived 300 years, and perhaps precisely because it survived them, could never truly be lost. Some science fiction series are remembered primarily for their technology, others for their memorable characters or spectacular battles. Andromeda occupies a somewhat different place among them, because it asks an unusual question. What happens after the end? Most stories are about the rise of a hero or the birth of a great civilization. Andromeda begins where many other stories might have ended. The Commonwealth has already fallen. Its fleet has been shattered. Its capital is lost, and the ideals of an entire age seem to have disappeared into history. It is at precisely this moment that the real story begins. This is what sets the series apart from many other works of its genre. Dylan Hunt is not fighting to save a world from destruction. He is already living among its ruins. His task is to take what remains and somehow build something new from it. That basic idea remains remarkably timeless, even many years after the series came to an end. Because it can be applied to more than a distant galaxy, societies repeatedly pass through periods of upheaval. Political systems change. Technology transforms everyday life. The things people once considered secure can suddenly disappear. And in such moments, the same question that follows Dylan Hunt begins to emerge. Which values are worth carrying into the future? The series does not answer this through political programs or grand theories. Instead, it suggests that every society ultimately depends on the people who make it work, on their decisions, on their trust, and on their willingness to accept responsibility. Perhaps this is why so many viewers continue to feel a connection with the characters. Dylan Hunt is not an invincible hero. He loses. He makes mistakes. He suffers setbacks. And yet he never abandons his goal. Beka Valentine shows that pragmatism and idealism do not necessarily have to stand on opposite sides. Harper demonstrates that knowledge becomes most valuable when it is used to help others. Rev Bem proves that a person's origins do not determine their character. Rommie raises the question of whether humanity truly depends upon having a biological body. Anasazi embodies the constant struggle between personal ambition and genuine loyalty. And Trance Gemini reminds us that not everything in the universe has to be completely understood in order to have meaning. Together, these different perspectives make the crew of the Andromeda Ascendant a small reflection of the galaxy itself. Everyone carries their own history, their own beliefs, their own doubts. No one has to become identical to the others. And yet, somehow, a community emerges. The ship itself has also earned a special place in the memories of many viewers. The Andromeda Ascendant is more than an impressive warship. It is a home, a witness to the past, and a companion on the journey toward a future that has yet to take shape. The idea that its artificial intelligence could also exist as an independent character was a remarkable concept for a television series of the early 2000s. Many later science fiction stories explored similar ideas. Even where direct influence is difficult to establish, Andromeda was among the series that explored the relationship between artificial consciousness and human identity in a remarkably personal way. Even today, fans continue to discuss the questions the series left unanswered. How would the new Commonwealth have developed? What role might Doyle and the remaining members of the crew have played in the years that followed? What further secrets of the solar avatars might have been revealed? And how would the political balance of the galaxy have changed if the series had continued for additional seasons. There are no definitive answers. Over the years, producers and writers discussed various possibilities for continuing the story, but none were ever fully realized. And so, part of the universe remains open. Not necessarily as a flaw, but as space for imagination. Perhaps that is fitting, because even within the series itself, history is never truly finished. Every generation continues it. New people make new decisions. Old ideals acquire new meanings. Seen in that way, the journey of the Andromeda Ascendant does not truly end with the final episode. It ends where good science fiction often leaves us, with a question, not whether the Commonwealth was completely restored, but whether a better future is possible at all. Dylan Hunt never answers that question with certainty. He answers it through his actions. He keeps flying, he keeps helping, and he keeps believing that even after centuries of darkness, a single ship can take the first step toward a different future. Perhaps that is the true legacy of Andromeda. Not the battles, not the technology, not even its great mysteries, but the quiet hope that civilization can always be built again through trust, through cooperation, and through people who choose not to take the easiest path. And so, at the end of its journey, the Andromeda Ascendant remains what it was from the very beginning. Not merely the last warship of a fallen Commonwealth, but the first ship of a new hope. When we look at Andromeda today, it is easy to focus entirely on the story of Dylan Hunt and his crew. Yet the journey of the series itself is almost as interesting. Its creation was far from straightforward. Many of the decisions that eventually appeared on screen emerged only after long discussions, creative changes, and the practical challenges of producing a television series. When the show was being prepared in the late 1990s, science fiction was entering an interesting period. Productions such as Star Trek, Deep Space Nine, Babylon 5, and Farscape had demonstrated that audiences were willing to follow more complex stories across several seasons. At the same time, there was a growing appetite for characters who were not completely flawless. Heroes could make mistakes. Enemies did not necessarily have to be one-dimensional. And political conflicts could become just as important as spectacular special effects. It was during this period that the decision was made to take Gene Roddenberry's old concepts for Andromeda and develop them into a series of its own. From the beginning, it was clear that the surviving material did not amount to a finished collection of scripts. Instead, it consisted of notes, character ideas, and a basic premise. This gave the writers considerable freedom, but it also placed a responsibility on them. They had to decide which of Roddenberry's ideas should remain at the heart of the story and which new elements were necessary to turn them into a modern television series. One of the most important choices was to place the story not in the middle of a great star empire, but in the aftermath of its collapse. That idea immediately gave the series an identity of its own. Rather than presenting a functioning future civilization, the story opened in a time when almost everything had already been lost. Because of this, Dylan Hunt faced a task that reached far beyond ordinary adventure. He did not have to discover a new world. He had to try to make a better world possible once again. Kevin Sorbo was eventually chosen to play Dylan Hunt. Many viewers already knew him from Hercules, the legendary journeys. That gave him considerable name recognition. At the same time, Dylan Hunt required something different from his earlier roles. Hercules was a classic adventure hero. Dylan Hunt had to be a soldier, a diplomat, and an idealist all at once. Sorbo later spoke several times about how much this combination appealed to him. Dylan does not solve every conflict through strength. More often, his first instinct is to negotiate and search for common ground. The rest of the cast was equally important in shaping the character of the series. Lisa Ryder gave Rommie a calm and controlled presence that suited an artificial intelligence perfectly, without ever making her seem emotionless. Laura Bertram brought Trance Gemini the particular mixture of innocence and mystery that defined her character for much of the series. Gordon Michael Woolvett gave Harper an energetic presence that kept technical explanations from becoming dry or lifeless. Keith Hamilton Cobb turned Tia Anasazi into one of the most complex personalities in the entire series. His quiet voice and restrained performance gave Tia a distinctive presence, even in the stillest scenes. Brent State, meanwhile, faced an unusual challenge. As Rev Bem, he spent many hours each day in makeup. The elaborate design of the Magog required patience and endurance. At the same time, he had to make the character's expressions believable despite the extensive prosthetics. That performance is still often remembered. Because although Rev Bem possesses almost none of the familiar features of a human face, Brent State manages to give him an extraordinary sense of warmth and compassion. The design of the Andromeda Ascendant also received considerable attention. The producers deliberately wanted to create a ship that would look different from the familiar designs of other science fiction series. The long, elegant lines of its hull, its distinctive engines, and the calm lighting of the bridge were intended to suggest something advanced without making the design feel excessive. At the same time, the Andromeda itself gradually became a character. This dual role, as both warship and personality, regularly created interesting challenges for the writers. They had to decide when Rommie should take center stage as an android, and when the consciousness of the ship itself should be the focus. Not every one of these decisions was simple. As production continued, ideas about which characters should receive greater attention changed. Some characters were given more development than originally intended. Others left the series earlier than had initially been expected. That is hardly unusual for a long-running television production. Contracts expire, actors move on to other projects, and writers discover new possibilities as a story develops. Andromeda was no different. It continued to evolve throughout its production. The visual effects also reflected the technological possibilities of the period in which the series was created. At the beginning of the 2000s, computer-generated imagery was developing rapidly. Andromeda made extensive use of these new possibilities. Many space battles, stellar environments, and exterior shots were created entirely through computer graphics. By today's standards, some of those effects may appear simpler than those of modern productions. But at the time, they represented ambitious work for television and made it possible to create images that only a few years earlier would have required considerably greater resources. Perhaps this combination of traditional storytelling and emerging technology explains part of the series' distinctive character. Andromeda was created at a crossroads between the classic science fiction television of the 1990s and the increasingly cinematic series of the new millennium. It brought elements of both worlds together. Looking back, the production itself was almost as unusual as the story it told. From a handful of old concept pages emerged a universe spanning more than 100 episodes, dozens of recurring characters, and a fan community that continues to discuss its unanswered questions, its characters, and its ideas many years after the series came to an end. Perhaps that history of creation shows that good science fiction does not depend entirely on enormous budgets or spectacular effects. Sometimes all it takes is one strong idea. The idea that even after the fall of a great civilization, there can still be people willing to find the courage to begin again. And with that idea, long ago, the journey of the Andromeda Ascendant began. The longer we spend with Andromeda, the clearer it becomes that the series wants to be more than a story about starships and distant worlds. Beneath its political conflicts, scientific ideas, and personal stories lies a much more fundamental philosophical question. What truly holds a civilization together? The answer the series gives is surprisingly simple. Not technology, not military strength, and not economic prosperity. All of these things matter, but none of them forms the true foundation of a society. Again and again, Andromeda shows that even the most powerful civilization can collapse once its people lose their trust in one another. The fall of the Commonwealth does not begin with the battles against the Nietzscheans. Those battles are merely the visible expression of something that had already been developing for years. Distrust grows. Shared interests begin to disappear. Political alliances become less stable. And eventually, a single spark is enough to bring down a system that had endured for centuries. That is why Dylan Hunt spends so much of the series looking not toward the past, but toward the future. He does not constantly ask who was responsible for the collapse. Instead, he asks how the same mistakes can be prevented from happening again. This makes him an unusual kind of hero. Many traditional stories are built around revenge, retribution, or the defeat of an enemy. Dylan is pursuing something different. He wants to rebuild trust. At first, that goal may seem less dramatic. In reality, it may be far more difficult. A damaged ship can be repaired. Broken trust may take generations to restore. Here, Andromeda touches upon an idea that reaches far beyond its own story. Every community depends upon invisible connections, the willingness to keep promises, the belief that cooperation will ultimately achieve more than short-term self-interest. Once those beliefs disappear, laws alone are no longer enough. That is the world Dylan discovers after awakening. Most worlds still have governments. Trade continues. Military alliances are formed. And yet, almost everywhere, the trust necessary to turn these separate structures into something lasting is missing. So Dylan does not begin rebuilding with a new constitution. He does not begin with a capital, and he does not begin with a vast new fleet. He begins with individual encounters, with conversations, with small decisions. The series offers a deceptively simple idea. Great changes rarely happen all at once. They grow slowly, from countless small actions. The same philosophy can be found in the other members of the crew. Beka Valentine learns that pragmatism and hope do not have to contradict one another. She remains cautious. She often recognizes dangers before Dylan does, but she gradually comes to understand that caution alone cannot create a future. Harper represents faith in human creativity. Again and again, he discovers solutions nobody expected, not because he possesses complete knowledge, but because he is willing to try something new. His character reminds us that progress often comes from giving people the freedom to make mistakes. Rev Bem represents another kind of idea. He shows that freedom does not mean being free of one's nature. Freedom means being able to choose a different path despite that nature. That is what gives his story such depth. He is not born peaceful. He chooses peace. Rommie, too, touches upon a classic philosophical question. What makes a person a person? Are memories enough? Are emotions necessary? Or does identity emerge only through the accumulation of experience? The series never provides a definitive answer. And that is precisely what keeps the questions alive. It leaves the viewer to consider them personally. Trance Gemini, meanwhile, represents another philosophical tradition. The idea that not everything has to be completely explained. At a time when many science fiction stories try to provide a scientific answer for every mystery, Andromeda deliberately leaves room for the unknown. Not because there is nothing more to say, but because some questions retain their meaning precisely because they remain unanswered. Perhaps the universe is simply larger than any explanation we could ever give it. Anasazi embodies yet another timeless conflict. Can personal ambition coexist with genuine community? Or are the two ultimately destined to oppose one another? The series offers no simple answer. Instead, it shows that both forces can exist within the same person at the same time. That is what makes its characters feel believable. They are not defined by a single trait. They change. They contradict themselves. They learn. And sometimes they fail. Perhaps that is one of the greatest strengths of Andromeda. The series never treats its characters as symbols alone. They remain people, with all the contradictions that come with being human. As the story progresses, another idea becomes increasingly clear. Hope in Andromeda is never presented as a simple emotion. Hope is a choice. Dylan Hunt does not awaken and automatically feel optimistic. Quite the opposite. Everything that once gave his life meaning has disappeared. His friends are gone. His home no longer exists. His mission seems impossible. And yet, he chooses to continue. Not because success is guaranteed, but because he believes that some goals remain worth pursuing, regardless of the outcome. That attitude echoes philosophical traditions in which a person's character is measured not by success, but by their faithfulness to their convictions. The series does not turn this into a moral lecture. It simply shows us how Dylan chooses to live. What we make of that choice is left to us. Perhaps this openness is one reason Andromeda continues to occupy the thoughts of viewers so many years after its conclusion. Not every episode is perfect. Not every storyline develops exactly as it may once have been intended. And yet, beneath all those changes, one remarkably consistent idea remains. Even after an entire world has collapsed, something new can still emerge. Not immediately, not without setbacks, and certainly not without sacrifice. But as long as people are willing to learn how to trust one another again, the future remains possible. Perhaps that is the quietest, and at the same time the strongest, message Andromeda leaves with its viewers. Not that hope is easy, but that hope becomes most meaningful precisely when every reason seems to speak against it. When a long journey comes to an end, it is sometimes worth pausing for a moment and looking back at the path that has been traveled. Not to tell every event all over again, but to understand which ideas have remained. The story of the Andromeda Ascendant begins with loss. One man loses his time, his home, his friends, and the certainty that the world he believed in will still exist tomorrow. For many people, that would have been the end. For Dylan Hunt, it becomes the beginning. Perhaps that is part of the reason his story can still resonate so many years later. Few people will ever be carried 300 years into the future. But almost everyone knows what it feels like when something familiar suddenly disappears. A chapter of life comes to an end. A place changes. People choose different paths. And sometimes the past seems impossible to recover. Andromeda never really tries to do that. Dylan does not rebuild the old Commonwealth piece by piece. He creates something new, something that learns from the experiences of the past without becoming trapped by them. Perhaps that is one of the quietest messages running through the entire series. Memories have value, but they must not prevent the future from being born. Along the journey, we meet people who could hardly be more different. Beka Valentine learns that hope is not the same as naivety. Harper discovers that knowledge also carries responsibility. Rev Bem proves that one's origins do not have to determine who one becomes. Rommie discovers that personality is more than logic. Trance Gemini reminds us that not every mystery needs to be completely explained. And Anasazi shows just how difficult the path between ambition and loyalty can be. Each of these characters carries a different idea into the story. Together, they create a picture of how different people can be and how something shared can still grow between them. Perhaps that is what the Commonwealth truly represents. Not a government, not a fleet, not even a particular political system, but the willingness to see differences not as a threat, but as a possibility. The Andromeda Ascendant becomes something more than a starship because of this. It becomes a place where people meet, a home for individuals who would never have traveled together under ordinary circumstances, a symbol of the possibility that trust can grow. Slowly, through setbacks, and often against all odds. The galaxy changes throughout the story as well. It begins as a place shaped by distrust, fragmented, scarred by centuries of uncertainty. By the end, it is still far from peaceful. Conflicts remain, New dangers emerge, and many questions are left unanswered. Yet perhaps that is precisely what makes it believable. Peace is not presented as a permanent destination, it remains a task. Maybe that is the most realistic form of hope. Not the belief that one day every problem will simply disappear, but the understanding that people can always choose again how they wish to treat one another. Dylan Hunt makes that choice in every episode, and so do many of the people around him. Sometimes they succeed, sometimes they fail, but they never completely stop trying. Looking back at Andromeda today, its weaknesses are visible as well. Some storylines remain unfinished. Certain characters could have been given more time. The seasons do not all share the same rhythm. And not every creative decision was equally convincing to every viewer. But perhaps that too is part of the story of the series. It never remained entirely predictable. It changed. It experimented, sometimes successfully, sometimes less so. Yet beneath those changes, it never completely lost sight of its central ideas. That cooperation can be stronger than fear, that knowledge should be shared, that power carries responsibility, and that a single decision can change the course of an entire history. Perhaps that is why Andromeda has remained with people who first watched it many years ago. Not necessarily because of individual special effects or spectacular battles, but because of its characters, and because of the quiet sense of confidence it never quite loses, even in the darkest moments. When the Andromeda Ascendant finally moves onward through the stars, it almost becomes a symbol of that idea. It carries the memories of a vanished world within it, but it does not turn back. It flies forward, ever onward. Perhaps that is the most fitting ending for this story. Not to look backward and long for a lost past, but to carry the best parts of that past with you and use them to take the next step toward a future no one has seen before. Somewhere among billions of stars, the Andromeda Ascendant continues along its course. Not because its destination is already known, but because every journey begins with the decision to take the next step. And perhaps that is the true meaning of its name. Not a ship that preserves a vanished age, but one that points the way toward a new one. And so the story of Captain Dylan Hunt and his crew does not end with a final full stop. Instead, it fades like a view into a clear night sky, quiet, vast, and filled with possibilities.